Hello and welcome to this CKA challenge question series. This is the first question of this series having the weightage of 4%. The question says there are various pods running in all the Kubernetes cluster. Write a command into a shell script file which have name pods underscore ASC which list all the pods sorted by their age in ascending order. As we know, in Kubernetes, a pod is the smallest deployable unit that can be created and managed. It represents a single instance of a running process in a cluster. Pods can contain one or more containers that share the same network namespace and are scheduled on the same node. Kubernetes support multiple namespaces, which provide a way to partition resources and limit visibility and access to those resources. Each namespace can contain its own set of pods, services, and other resources. The question is asking to write a command in the pods underscore asc.sh, which is the shell script file that lists all the pods across all the namespaces sorted by their age in ascending order. We know that the kubectl command tools can be used to interact with the Kubernetes cluster. The kubectl or kubectl get command is used to retrieve information about resources in a cluster. By default, it retrieves resources from the current namespaces. To retrieve resources from all namespaces, we can use dash dash all dash namespaces or dash capital A flag can be used. To sort the output by the ages of the pod, the dash dash sort dash by flag can be used with the kubectl get command. Take on the challenges of solving these questions by your own first. But if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, please refer the next video for solution. So currently we are using the EKS cluster and this is the EKS client and we have two worker node of type t2.small. Okay, and we are currently connected with the EKS client to run all our command. Okay, so we have to first check about the pods, how many pods exist in a particular cluster. kubectl get pod. If we write simple command, it will list all the pod that is running in the default namespaces. But this is not our requirement. Our requirement is to list all the pods that running in the all the namespaces. kubectl get pod and we will write a flag capital A to list down all the pods. So you can see that this is the namespaces, default namespaces, which have the ages of 61 minutes. This pod comes into existence. After that, 60 minutes, 64 minutes. So it lists all the pods. So you can understand that there are three namespaces: default, development, and kube system have the existence of pod, but it's not in a order. You can find that the 60 minutes pod which have the age of 60 minutes is coming in the middle. So it's not in the order, neither in the ascending order nor in the descending order. So how we can find it? So we have to find the created timestamp for that pod. So if we write some command to get it, like kubectl get pod output of JSON, it will give me all the tag that we are going to use it. So we have to go into the top and then we have to find the particular timestamp. So this is the items. If you go into the metadata, you will find the created timestamps. Under this metadata, for each of the pod, you will find a created timestamps. This will give the informations about the time when this particular pod come into the existence. So we have to use this flag. Okay, so this is clear that we have to use created timestamps. Let me copy it so that we can use it. Okay, under the metadata we have to use it. Okay, so now I have to write a command to list all the pods. So kubectl get pod for all the pods, and we have to apply the command sort by which particular tag. Under the metadata we have to use the creation timestamp which we copied. Okay, so if we run this, this will bring the pod that created first. So this is the descending order. You can understand it. This is the descending order. But we have to write a command in the ascending order. So we have to just reverse it. Reverse this order. That's it. So for that we have to use a command here, TAC. This will reverse the order of the output. So you can check it that now all the pods that exist in the kube system will go down, and the deployment pod which have the 63 minutes of the ages is coming at the top, and it's currently in the ascending order. We have to write this particular command into a file. Okay, in which file? The pods underscore asc.sh. Okay, so we have to write it. So for writing we have to use the echo command and put all the commands into the double quotes. Okay, and then we are going to write it into the opt/pods underscore asc.sh. Okay, so if you find this particular commands, it already written down opt/pods underscore asc.sh. So commands is there, but we have to execute that command. For that we have to give the permissions. Okay, chmod +x opt and then pods. Okay, now we are going to execute it. Then when this particular file get executed, it will generate the same list of data, all the pods from all the namespaces in the ascending order. opt/pods asch. Okay, so you can see that after giving the execute permissions, it lists down all the pods from all the namespaces in the ascending order. So this completes this particular lab. This is CKA challenge question 2. Having the weightage of 4%, create a static pod on node 01 called static nginx with image nginx, and you will have to make sure that it is recreated, restarted automatically in case of any failure happens. This question is related to Kubernetes platform and required you to create a static pod named static nginx on the node 01 of the Kubernetes cluster. The pod must be used the nginx image as is container image. A static pod is a pod whose definition is created and managed directly on the node where it runs. It is not managed by the Kubernetes API server like regular pods. I hope you have an understanding on the static pod. In addition to creating the static pod, you also require to ensure that it is recreated or restarted automatically in case of any failure occurs. This means that if the pod becomes unresponsive or stops running for any reason, it should be automatically restarted by the Kubernetes system. Overall, the task required you to have a good understanding of the Kubernetes architecture and the configuration options available for the static pods. You should also be familiar with the basics of the nginx container image, how to deploy it as a static pod in the Kubernetes cluster. Take on the challenges of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encounter any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Okay, let's monitor the environment first. qctl get node. So we have two node and we have to create a static pod in node O1. So let's go to the node 1 because we have to do create a definition file in node 01 so that it's get created for node 01. So let's move to node 01. Okay, so I am in node 01. How to identify where we have to keep the definition file? For this you have to execute some command like es aux and grep for kubelet. Here you get the file of the configurations var lib kubelet config. Just copy this path and do a cat on it. Just paste the path and grep for word static pod. So this is the path where we have to keep our definition file for the static pod. Just copy it and go to that particular path. Clear the screen. We don't have any file in this particular folder. So let's create one. Vi using the Vim editor, name static. Whatever you want, either you want to write with the question number, then you can use it in this way, static. And this is the good practice that you must follow in the exam as well. API version v1 because this is used for the static pod as well. Kind, it's a pod. Metadata, as per the name given in the questions, that is the static nginx name. Name will be static. Okay. Specifications. Containers. Name, it's not mentioned what should be the name of the container. You can take any name like container 1 or container nginx. Image nginx. Okay, let's save it. So you have one file. Now come back the main master cluster by pressing the Ctrl D. qctl get pod. So here you can find that one static pods get created for node 01. The node 01, the name of the node gets prefixed with the name of the static pods. In this way you can identify this is the static pod and we don't need to run any command to create it. It's automatically get created. When it's get destroyed, it will automatically gets created. So we covered that part as well. So it's created and restarted accordingly. So we don't have to do anything for that. This is the feature of a static pod. Let's monitor it again, and now it's running. So this way we complete this lab. Now moving to the next question. This is CKA challenge question 3. Having the weightage of 5%. Create a pod called pod-multi with two container with the description mentioned below. Container 1 name will be container 1 and image to use is Nginx. Container 2 having the name of container 2, image, busybox and command to sleep for 4800 seconds. This question requires you to create a Kubernetes pod called pod-multi with two containers, each having a different image and configuration. The first container is named container 1 and use the Nginx image. Nginx image is the popular web server that can be used to serve static content or act as a reverse proxy for dynamic applications. The container will run the Nginx process and expose the default port 80, which can be used to access the web server. The second container is named container 2 and uses the busybox image. Busybox image is a lightweighted container image that provides a set of Unix utility in a single binary file. In this case, the container is configured to run the sleep command with a duration of 48 seconds, which means that it will run for almost 1.5 hours before completing its executions. The purpose of having two containers in a single pod is to enable them to share the same network namespaces and file system. This can be useful for scenarios where multiple containers need to work together to perform a specific task, or when they need to access shared resources like volume or environment variables. When you create the pod with name pod-multi, both containers will schedule to run on the same node and will be started at the same time. The Kubernetes system will ensure that the containers are always running and will automatically restart when if they fail or terminate for any reason. Take on the challenge for solving these questions on your own first. But if you encounter any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck. So we have to create a multi container pod with the descriptions that provided in the questions for each container. So let's start. Qctl run pod multi, the name of the pod and the image. We are going to use first one. Image will be Nginx, and now generate the YAML file for this. So we have the YAML file and we will modify it accordingly. Just copy it. Vi, this is the second number of multi pod dot YAML. Paste it. Remove the definitions, the created timestamp not required. Okay, so the name is perfectly fine. The container, okay, we have to change the name here. The container one, it should be container one as per the question. And copy this all part because I have to use it again for creating the second one. Insert it. Okay, Here the image that we have to use is busybox, and it should be container 2, and again we have to use command that will be sleep for 4800 seconds. 4800, and give a command of sleep. Okay, that's it. So just save it. kubectl, apply, and put the file name 2. Okay, so now the pod gets created. kubectl get pod. So you can find that the pod multi with 2 container, 2 out of 2 is running. So let's monitor it. kubectl describe pod. What is the name of pod? Pod multi. Okay. So if you scroll a little bit above, you can find that there is a container 2 with a busy box having the command sleeping for 4800 seconds, and the container 1 is running with nginx images. Oh, perfect. So in this way we complete this activity. This is CKA challenge question 4. The weightage of this question is 5%. Create a pod called Delta Pod in defense namespace belonging to the development environment. So label we have to use is evn is equal to dev, and front in tier, the tier is equal to front. We have to use the image of nginx with a tag 1.17. So this question requires you to create a Kubernetes pod named Delta Pod in the defense namespace with specific labels indicating that it belongs to the development environment and front end tier. The container image used for this pod is nginx. The tag we have to use 1.17, which is a version of a popular nginx web server. This image will be used to create a container that runs the nginx process and expose the default port 80. The defense namespace is a logical boundary within a Kubernetes cluster that separates resources related to the defense project from those of other projects. By creating the Delta pod in the namespaces, you can ensure that it is isolated from other pods and resources in the cluster. Additionally, the pod is labeled with the environment and tier label to identify its purpose and characteristics. The label evn is equal to dev indicates that the pod belongs to the development environment, while the label tier is equal to front indicates that it is the part of front end tier. These labels can be used later to filter and select specific pods based on their attributes. To create the Delta pod, you will need to use Kubernetes command line interface, that is called CLI, or a configuration file that specify the pod's metadata, container specifications and labels. Once the pod is created, it will be scheduled to run on a suitable node in a Kubernetes cluster, and the nginx container will be started within it. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first. But if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Best luck. Okay, in these questions we have to create a pod, simple pod, named as Delta pod, in the defense namespace. The first thing we have to check either this namespace exists in the environment. kubectl get ns that we use for the namespace, and we didn't find any namespace, so we have to create it first. kubectl create ns stand for namespace. What is the name of namespace? Defense. Let's verify it. qctl get ns. Okay, so now we have a defense namespace gets created. Now use the imperative command to do all the things. So it will be in a faster way, and you have to practice of doing the imperative command for the exam perspective as well. In the real scenario, when we are working for any organizations, we never use the imperative command because all the definition file we say commit into our repository and managing the history as well for all the definitions file. In this way we can track. So whenever do any modifications in the productions environment, we will do a modification in the definitions file, we take the approval, and after that we apply the changes, and the same changes will go, the definition file will move into the repository, so that we have a complete history in the for the organization which we never used an imperative command in the organizations we use are working for. So, but for the examinations perspective, we have to do all the things or manage our commands to do in an imperative way only, because there in the exam there is a time constraint and you have to manage your time. So let's begin with doing it in an imperative way. Run. The name of the pod is Delta pod, and the image that I am going to use as per the question is Nginx. And we have also one tag, that the version tag that we have to use, and we have to do it in the defense namespace. So let's use that thing as well. And labels, this is the label thing that we have to use for environment. It should be def, comma, because we have to use two, tier is equal to front. So you can see that the pods get created. Let's monitor it. kubectl get pod. Do we find it here? No, because our pods get created in different namespace. This is the default one, so you have to use a namespace. Here you will find your pod that gets created. Let's monitor it as well for the labels. So label, and you will find it here. All the labels has been set. You created this pod in the defense, and the image that you used, let's monitor is as well. Clear the screen. kubectl, use the namespace first. Defense. This is the name of the namespace. Describe pod. What is the name of pod? Delta. Delta pod. And grep for the image. Okay, this is the image. So we managed all the things correctly. Whatever asked in the question, we verified it as well, because after doing the things whatever said in the exam, it's must to verify your changes. Either you did it in the correct cluster, the namespace, if it's mentioned, you have to do all the things for a particular namespace, whatever they mention in the question. This is very important. So good luck for your exam if you are going to appear in coming days. This is CKA challenge question 5. Weightage of this question is 4%. Create a new pod called admin pod with image VG box. Allow the pod to be able to set the system time. The container should sleep for 3200 seconds. This question is related to the creations of new Kubernetes pod, which is a basic unit of deployment in Kubernetes, consisting of one or more containers that are deployed together on the same host. This task is to create a new pod called admin pod with the BGBox image. The BGBox image is a lightweight and popular base image that contains minimal Linux environment with essential tools and utilities. In addition, the pod should be configured to allow the container to set system time. This means that the container within the pod should have the necessary privilege to change the time on the host system. Finally, the container within the pod should sleep for 3200 seconds, which means that the container will start, sleep for the specified time, and then exit. This can be achieved using the sleep command, which is available in the BGBox image. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Okay, so let's create a one pod with name admin pod. kubectl run admin pod image. We are going to use BGBox. And the command is sleep for 3200 seconds. Let's generate the var definition file for this. Okay, so just copy till here and create one file for with name pod.yml. Okay. Now paste it all the contents here. Okay, so this thing we don't require, let's remove it. Okay, so in the questions there is one additional thing is required, that the container should sleep. We already added that, and the one other thing is that allow the pod to be able to set the system time. For this we need to refer the documentations, the Kubernetes documentations, and we need to add some capabilities. So this is the documentation page, capabilities for to just set for the system. Let's find it here, system sys time, this one. So copy these particular things and we can add it. We don't require the net admin, so we are going to remove it. Just we require system admin as per the questions. Okay, save it. And now kubectl apply -f, the name of the definition file, start with 1, apply it. Let's clear the screen. kubectl get pod. So we have one pod with the name admin pod is currently running. Let's check the definition file. It's better to verify all the things after doing. kubectl describe pod admin. So you can see that we added sleep is equal to 200 and it's running, and the image that we use the BGBox. So all things looks good. So in the questions, the CKA exam questions, they are either ask you the same questions, or they will change the sleep timings, or they will ask you to create a pod, some other namespaces, some other clusters. So only these things they can change it. CKA challenge question 6. Weight is 5%. A kubeconfig file called test.kubeconfig file has been created in directory root/test. There is something wrong with the configuration file. You need to troubleshoot and fix it. This question is related to Kubernetes configuration and troubleshooting. A kubeconfig file is a configuration file used by the Kubernetes command line tool kubectl to communicate with the Kubernetes cluster. The task is to troubleshoot and fix an issue with the kubeconfig file named test.kubeconfig, which has been created in the directory /root/test. The questions does not specify the specific issue with the configuration, so the candidate would need to examine the contents of the Kubernetes kubeconfig file to identify the problem. To troubleshoot the issues, the candidate may need to check if the necessary informations as the cluster endpoint, authentication detail, and context are correctly specified in the kubeconfig file. They may also check if the credentials provided in the configurations are valid and up to date. Once the issue has been identified, the candidate would need to fix it and ensure that the kubeconfig file is valid and can be used to communicate with the Kubernetes cluster. The solution could involve modifying the config file to correct any error, updating authentications details, or specify a different context depending on the specific issue. Please refer the next video for solution.
Okay, in this question we have to validate the kubeconfig file. The name of the file is test, that is placed under the test folder, and there is something wrong with the configuration. So as per this, this is the kubeconfig file. You can see the dummy file, but we have to look into it, and if there is any problem we have to fix it. Definitely the file have some problem, so let's have a look. Cd test. Okay, so we identified the file. Let's cat that file. So it's look like the kubeconfig file as we mentioned. So the version is correct, the cluster, the certificate, because this don't have the problem. You have to think about in different way. There really no problem with the certificates, because you can't do anything with that. The name is fine, the context is defined for the cluster, and the user is also defined. So the only point is to check regarding the server URL. So this is the APIs, we have to match it with our current. So how to do that? kubectl config view. This is the current config file, and here you have the port 6443. What is the port ever? Okay, there is a problem with the port, so let's use the Vim editor to modify it. Test, and we have to use 6443. That is the port used for the kube APIs. 6443, and let's save it. Clear the screen. Once you save it, let's browse it to check the changes reflecting or not. So 6443, and this is the also we have in the current the config file as we are using config view 6443. So that's it.
CKA challenge question 7. Having the weightage of 5%. Create a new deployment called Web Project 268 with the image Nginx. You have to use the tag 1.16 and one replica. Next, upgrade the deployment to the version 1.17 using the rolling update. Make sure that the version upgrade is recorded in the resource annotations. This question is related to the process of deploying and updating a containerized applications in the Kubernetes cluster. Specifically, it asks you to perform the following tasks. Create a new deployment using the name Web Project 268. The deployment should use the container image Nginx with the tag 1.16 and have only one replica. A deployment is a Kubernetes resource that manages the set of identical pod and ensure that the desired number of replica is always running. Upgrade the deployment to version 1.17 using a rolling update. A rolling update is the deployment strategy that replaces the old replicas with the new one gradually, means one by one, to ensure that the application remains available and responsive throughout the update process. Record the version upgrade in the resource annotations. An annotations is a key value pair that can be attached to the Kubernetes resources to provide additional metadata. In this case, you should add an annotations to the deployment resource to indicate that it has been upgraded to version 1.17. In summary, the questions requires you to create a new deployment, upgrade it to new version, and annotate it to the record upgrade. This types of task is commonly performed by DevOps engineer and Kubernetes administrator to manage the deployment of containerized applications in a scalable and reliable manner. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Best luck.
Okay, now we have to create one deployment. The name of the deployment is Web Project 268. So let's create it. kubectl create deployment. The name of the deployment is Web Project, and the number of the project is 268. Okay, the image that we are going to use, as per the questions, we have to use Nginx, and the tag is 1.16, and it's asking to create a one replica. By default, the one replica will be created if we not define anything, so it's not required. And the strategy for this deployment by default is rolling update, so there is no need to define anything, just create the deployment. Okay, so one deployment is created. kubectl get deployment. So one deployment is created, and it's creating one pod for this. Let's monitor that as well. Pod. So we have one pod currently running. Now we have to set our image. There is two ways we can define, but we have to record the version. We record the version informations as well. So better to create with the imperative way. So let's check the container. What is current deployment is using. kubectl describe the name of the deployment is web. So you can see that the container it's using is Nginx. Okay, so let's clear the screen first. kubectl set image deployment, and the name of the deployment is web project. The number of the project is 268. Okay, and the container name is Nginx. Okay, and we are going to set the image as per the questions. The version is 1.17. And we have to record. This is the very important. So you can see that the image is updated. Let's verify it. kubectl describe deployment. Name of the deployment is web deployment, and graph for the image. So you can see that our image is set with the new one 1.17. Now check the history. kubectl rollout history for the deployment, and the name of the deployment is. So here you can see that we have recorded all the informations, and this is the requirement of the questions, so that it's saying that the make sure that the version upgrade is recorded in the resource annotations. So it's already recorded the informations that under the revision number 2, what we did. So which it's clear that we are changing the image. The previous one is we have 1.16 and current is 1.70.
CKA challenge question 8. Having the weightage of 7%. Create a pod called WebPod using image engine X. Expose it internally with a service called WebPod as we see. Check that you are able to look up the service and pod from within the cluster. Use the image BGBox tag 1.28 for DNS lookup and record the result in /root web svc and /root web pod. The question involves creating a pod named WebPod in Kubernetes cluster using the Nginx image. Then the pod should be exposed internally within the cluster using a service called WebPod svc. The task also required testing the ability to look up the created pod and service from within the cluster using the BGBox 1.28 image for DNS lookup. Finally, the result of the lookup should be recorded in a file /root web-svc and /root web-pod. In summary, the question required creating a pod with an exposed service, testing the internal DNS resolution, and recording the result in a specific file. Take on the challenge of solving this question on your own first, but if you encounter any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Best luck.
Okay, so for this question, qctl get pod. We don't have any pod. qctl get deployment. As we don't have any pod, we don't have any deployment as well. It's quite clear. So clear the screen. So now first thing we need to create a pod. So I'm using the imperative way to ctl run. The name of the pod is webpod as per the question, and the image that I need to use is Nginx, and that's it. We need to create a pod, and nothing as per the questions we have to do extra. So pod gets created. Now create a engine. For this I am exposing expose pod. The name of the pod is webpod, and the email the service that I have to name it as per the question, it should be pod, okay, web pod svc. And for service, we need to assign a port. So this is the Nginx we are using 80, and no need to define the target port because this is sufficient. The target port will automatically get as 80, the port which we are defining, and no need to define the type also because it's automatically get the cluster ID. So this is the sufficient thing. I don't have to do any extra, don't have to assign a target port as 80, it's automatically get assigned. So let's expose it. So you can see that the service is now created. Let's verify it. qctl get pod. Oh, why? I just want to check the IP as well. So this pod is currently running, and the IP is 10.50.192.1. qctl describe svc. What is the name of the service? It's web pod svc. So here you can see that the target port that I am talking about, no need to define, it's automatically get assigned 80 because it's taking from the, if you have different target port, you can definitely assign it, but if you not assign it, this will take the port IP port. So its port is 80 and the target port is also 80, and by default it's taking the type of cluster ID, cluster IP. So you can see the endpoint is the endpoint that we have here for the port. So this service is attached with the port web port. So you can see that the first part is now complete. Now we have to look into the second part where we have to do the NS lookup using the PG box. So let's clear the screen first. Now I need to create one pod, qctl run, and the name of the pod, you can give any name for this. Let's say is NS lookup pod, NS lookup. Okay, it's quite clear that we are going to do the resolving the name for the with the NS lookup. So for this I have to use the image. Image is busybox. The tag we have to use 28 because for the older tag this facility is not available in the busybox, or you can't do using the command if you take the NS some another tag for the busybox. So we are using the command as well, and sleep it for let's say 4800 seconds, and that's it. So create the pod. So pod is created. Let's verify it. qctl get pod. So you have two pods. First one which we created previously, and one is using for the NS. Now that I need to perform the second step for this question. For this, I have to use NS lookup pod. qctl execute it. The name of the pod is NS lookup. NS lookup. Okay, and I need to execute the command NS lookup. First, I'm going to use the service. What is the name of the service? It is web pod SVC. So you can see that using the busybox pod, I am resolving the DNS for the service. So, but as per the questions, we have to write in a file. So we are using this and writing it to the /root web svc dot svc. So that's it. When you do a cat on root web svc, you can find that this there is a file written, and you have the similar informations. But guys, for the doing the same activity for the pod, you have to use the IP. But in that IP, you don't need to put dot. You have to use dash. Let's see. Let's clear the screen. qctl get pod O of white. I'm just using this query to get the IP of the pod. So this is the pod and this is the IP. Okay, so I have to use the same command that I executed previously, but in this case I am going to use the web pod because I am going to use the NS lookup for the web pod. But as I previously mentioned, we have to use the IP and using the dash. So 10 dash 50 dash 192 dash 1, and then dot default, then port. So this is the complexity of these questions. That's why we have a weightage of 7, because you should be familiar that for the NS lookup of the pod, you can use the dash with the IP. Can't use the name of the pod as a web pod. You have to use the IP, and you have to give a proper name that this particular pod is in the default and have the type of pod. So when you execute this, you see that you get the things get resolved. If you remove any of this item, like you can use the IP only, you can find that there is a problem that NS can't resolve this particular IP. So you have to do it in a proper way and using the complete name for that pod. And then we are going to write it in a file. The file name is root web pod. So file gets written. Let's verify it as well. Cat root web pod, so web pod. So you can see that we resolved the pod also, service also, and we written it into a file also as per the question. So this complete this lab pod.
CKA challenge question 9. Having the weightage of 4%. Use the JSON path query to retrieve the OS image of all the nodes in the Kubernetes cluster and store it in a file called all nodes OS image 456VB 34ji.txt at the root location. The OS images are under the node info section under a status of each node. The question involves using a JSON path query to retrieve the OS image name of all the nodes in the Kubernetes cluster. The retrieved data should be stored in a file name all nodes OS image 45cvb 34ji.txt at the root location of the system. The location of the OS image is within the node info section under the status of each node. This means that the query needs to traverse through the status of each node to obtain the OS image. To summarize, the question requires running a JSON path query to extract the OS image of all the nodes in the cluster and save the data in a file located at the root directory of the system. Take on the challenges of solving these questions on your own first. But if you encounter any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Good luck.
Okay, for these questions, we have to use the JSON path query to retrieve the OS image that we can find in the under the status under the node info sections. So let's look into this. So currently kubectl get node. So we have two nodes. One is the master and the other is the worker. So we have to take the both. Okay, so to the output in JSON. So you can see that there is a huge output, and as per the question, we have to look into the status. So if you scroll a little bit, you can find the status here. So under the status, you will find the node info. So this is for one particular node in which we have two nodes in the system. Under the status, you can find one node info tag. If you scroll, okay, node info is here. So under the node info, you have the OS image, and you have to fetch these informations for each of the node. So how we can do it? Let me write a query for the JSON kubectl get node, same as we written previously nodes, and we have to do the output using the JSON path, using the JSON path. And for this we have to use the single quotes. Under the single quotes we have to use the curly braces. Okay, under that we have to use the items, because we have to we have many nodes, more than one, so we are going to use the asterisk sign here. Okay, it will look into each of the node. If you have 10 nodes, it will look into all the 10 nodes one by one. And under that we have status. Under that we have node info. This is the node info. First we use the status, then node info. After that we will use OS image. Okay, so first execute this query over here, and if we click on the command, then we can see that we are getting all the informations of the OS image. So in this way we have to execute the similar query and write it into the file as mentioned. So this is the file name that I have to choose. Let me copy that file name and put it here. Okay, so we written the OS image name for both the node into a file. Let's get that file. It's all, and you can find that we get all the OS image name for each of the nodes. So in this way, I completed this lab.
CKA challenge question 10. Having the weightage of 4%. Create a persistence volume with a given specification. The volume name is PVRND. Storage of 100 megabyte. Access mode is read write many. Host path /pv /host data RND. The question involved creating a persistence volume PV in a Kubernetes cluster with the given specifications. Volume name, the name of PV should be PV-RND. Storage, the PV should have a storage capacity of 100 MI. Access modes, the PV should be accessible with read write many access mode. This means that multiple ports can be read and write to the volume simultaneously. Host path, the PV should use the host path /pv /host data RND as the storage locations. This means that the data stored in the PV will be stored on the host machine /pv /host data RND directory. To summarize, the question requires creating a PV named PVRND with 100 MI storage capacity, accessible with read write many access mode, and using the host path /pv /host data RND as the storage location. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Good luck.
Okay, so in these questions, we have to create a persistence volume with the specifications we have in the question. So let's move into documentations to get the definition file for the persistent volume. So you have to open the documentations, and here you will find the link of the persistence volume. So you have to scroll a little bit, and you should be familiar with the documentation as well, so that you can find the informations very quickly. So this is the persistent volume. I am going to copy it till here. Okay, so this is quite enough. Let's create a file called pv.yaml using the vim editor. I am going to modify it. Let's copy it. But we let's paste it what we copied from the documentations, and we are going to rename the file. Okay, as per the questions, we have to use the RNG, and the storage is 100 MI. So I'm going to modify that as well. The file system we don't require, but you can keep it or remove it. It's by default it's going to be the file system. So let's remove to make it clear. For the access mode, we can use as per the question, it's read write many. So read write many. But one more thing left as per the questions, that we have to use the host path. For this, I am going to refer the documentation again and search for the host path. We can copy this complete path and paste it here, and we remove all the unnecessary things which is not related to us, and we are going to use PV as per the question and post underscore data RMD. So that's it. File gets created and we are going to save it. kubectl apply using the file name pv as created. So the persistence volume gets created, verified. So you have pv.rnd. One pv is already in the environment. So you can see the access mode RWX. So what we created is read write many. X is for many, and previously in the environment already we have read write only. So let's describe it as well. qctl describe pv. The name of the pv is rng. So you can see the status is available. So we created a PV, but didn't have the claim because we just need to create a PV. We don't have to create a PVC for it as per the question. So all the path related things, you can see the volume mode all automatically get assigned as a file system. Capacity is 100 MI, access mode. So guys, in the exam you need to verify each and every things that you are opting the correct cluster as per the question, correct namespace. So all these things is required in each of the questions. So before doing the activity, before reading the questions, first move it to the correct cluster. This is the very important thing. So this complete my the lab for this question.
CK's challenge question 11. Kubernetes worker node 01 is not responding. Have a look and fix the issues. The problem statement suggests that there is a Kubernetes worker node name node 01 is not responding. Kubernetes is a container orchestration platform that automates the deployment, scaling, and management of containerized application. In Kubernetes, worker nodes are responsible for running application containers and communicating with the Kubernetes control plane. The fact that the worker node is not responding implies that it is not able to carry out its duty effectively, which could cause disruptions in the deployment and operations of applications running on that node. The root cause of this unresponsiveness is not specified, but it could be due to a variety of reasons such as network connectivity issue, software error, or hardware failures. This task required expertise in Kubernetes administration, troubleshooting, and system administrations. The person may need to collect diagnostic information such as logs and performance metrics to identify the root cause of this issue. Based on the root cause analysis, the person may need to apply remediations actions such as restarting the node, reallocating resources, updating software, or replacing hardware components. Overall, the problem statement is a call to actions for someone who has the necessary skills and access to the Kubernetes cluster to investigate and resolve the issues with the unresponsive worker node in order to ensure the stability and reliability of the applications running on the cluster. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encounter any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution.
Okay, first check the status of the node. qctl get node. So you can see that the node 1 is currently not responding, so it's not in the ready state, so it might have some problem while starting the kubelet or the kube proxy, whatever it is. We will going to investigate it, but before that, let's describe the node. Kubectl describe node 1, so that we just have to look if there is any error in this. So we will go from the initial. Okay, so all the things looks fine. Okay, this also don't have the any such informations. All things are good. So in these particular things, we are not able to find any such informations that will help us. So let's clear the screen. And now I'm going to I'm going into the this particular node doing the SSH so that we can jump into the node. And here we have to first check the status of the kubelet. Systemctl and the status of the kubelet. So here you can see that it's in the inactive state, and there is I think there is some problem with this, and we will try to restart it, and then we will look into it further. So I'm going to just start this system. Okay, let's again monitor the status. So now it's active, and so it's only dead for whatever the reason, but it's not active. So I'm going to jump into to look into the just come out from the node and try to look into the node status again. So kubectl get node. So now it's in the ready state, and the same questions I get which have the weightage of the 11%, and I resolved in the similar way. So sometimes the problem gets complicated, like I already mentioned, and sometimes it's easy. So troubleshooting aspects you have to look into, because at least one troubleshooting questions you will receive in the CKA exam.
CKA challenge question 12. Having the weightage of 4%. List the internal IP of all nodes of the cluster and save the result to a file internal IP list. Answer should be in the format internal IP of first node space internal IP of second node in single line. The question is asking for a list of internal IP address of all the nodes in the cluster and then save the result to the file called internal IP list. The internal IP list address is a private IP address assigned to each node in the cluster, which is used for intra-cluster communication. These informations can be obtained using various commands or tools depending on the specific cluster setup. For example, in the Kubernetes cluster, the kubectl get nodes -o of white command can be used to list the internal IP address of all nodes. The output of the command should be saved to a file named internal IP list using a specific format. The format required the internal IP addresses of each node to be separated by a space and all of them to be written on a single file. For example, if the cluster has 3 nodes with internal IP address 192.168.1.1, 192.168.1.2 and 192.168.1.3, the output should be all the IP with a separation of spaces. By saving the output to a file, it can be easily shared with other or used for further analysis or scripting purpose. The questions requires the person to have the knowledge of the specific cluster setup and the command or tools used to obtain the internal IP address of the node. It also requires the ability to redirect output to a file and format the output according to the specified requirement. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Best luck.
Okay, so in this particular questions, we have to list the internal IP for the nodes, means all the nodes. So currently kubectl get node. So we have two node available, and if we select the kubectl get node with the wide option, so you can see that the internal IP which is required, but this particular query have the lots of informations. Even the JSON have lots of informations, but the Kubernetes manage the things as per the need. So in the wide option you have so lots of fields, and then for the get nodes you have very less information. So but in the JSONs there are several informations, means you can say that all the information related with the node we have all the things. Similarly, we have the informations regarding the pod, regarding the replica set, regarding the deployment. So in this particular questions, we have asked to just list the internal IP for two nodes. Means we have the two nodes. Sometimes we have 5 nodes, we have 6 nodes. So we have to use the JSON part to extract the internal IP to just extract it into a file. So we are going to look into it, but we will get these informations from the cheat sheet, because I picked this question from the cheat sheet, and sheet plays a very important role. So you just need to open a Kubernetes documentations, and here you have to write the cheat sheet and search it, cheat sheet. And when you search it, you will get the link of the cheat sheet, and this particular things is allowed in the examination. So you have one tab open for the documentation purpose, that you will from get information from the Kubernetes documentation, but only for the Kubernetes documentation, not the link related with the discussions and the blog. It's not allowed. So sometimes the user, the proctor, allow you to access the website from the bookmark, and but some proctor don't allow. So I personally request you to not to use the bookmark. Just go to the Google and search for the Kubernetes document, and click the and open the one tab, and in which you can investigate in case of any problem you face or any deficiency file you required. But you should be familiar with the documentation, how to use it. Like I picked this particular thing from the cheat sheet, and you referring the cheat sheet is very important before the exam, because it's have lots of information, and sometimes the question directly asked from the cheat sheet itself. So external. So you can see that I'm trying to get the informations of the uh, internal IP, but it's have the same query for the external. So I'm going to use it exactly. So here I'm going to paste it, and I have to change it before executing it. So because we don't have the external IP here, we have to use the internal word here. So you can see that this is for the internal IP for control plane, and this is the internal IP for the node 1. And similarly, we have to extract it into the file. The file will be root. I'm just pasting it, root.txt. So you have these particular informations which we extracted. Now we written it down in a file. So this complete this particular line.
CKA challenge question 13. Having the weightage of 5%. One static pod, web static, image, BG box is currently running on control plane node. Move that static pod to run on node 01. Don't need to do any other changes. Note: static pod name should be changed from web static control plane to web static node 01. The question is asking to move a static pod named web static from the control plane node to another node named node 01 without making any other changes. The static pod is currently running on the control plane node and using a Docker image called busybox. The static pod are the pod that are managed directly by the kubelet daemon on a node rather than by the Kubernetes API server. They are defined in a YAML file located in a specific directory on the node and are typically used for running essential system components such as kubeproxy and kubedns. To move the static pod, the person needs to perform the following steps. Identify the location of the YAML file that defines the static pod. The file should be located in the directory specified by the -pod-manifest-path option in the kubelet configuration file. By default, this directory is /etc/kubernetes/manifest. Copy the YAML file to the same directory on the target node is in this case node 01. The YAML file should be edited to change the name of the static pod from web static control plane to web static node 01. Wait for kubelet on the node 01 to detect the new YAML file and start the static pod. The status of the static pod can be checked using the kubectl getPods command. Once the static pod is successfully moved and running on the node 01, it should no longer be running on the control plane node. The person should ensure that the static pod is functioning correctly on the new node and that it does not have any adverse effect on the other component in the cluster. Overall, the question required the person to have the knowledge of a static pod and their management as well as the ability to edit the YAML file and copy them between nodes. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encounter any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Good luck.
So first monitor this environment for the static pod, kubectl get pod. So okay, as per the questions, static pod web static control plane is currently running, and we need to move this particular means that from the control plane. Let's verify it's running on the control plane or not. But by looking on the prefix, you can identify it's running on the control plane. But better to verify it as well using the O of wide option. So you can find that yes, it's particular running on the control plane. So now we have to identify the path where we have the definition file, because the static pod can't be deleted by running the command because it's running by the definition file. So if we want to delete it, we have to remove that particular file. So let's identify it. So ps ux and grep for kubelet. So here you have lots of informations, but mainly I concerned for this particular informations. So I'm just going to copy it. Okay, now I'm going to cat this file because I am currently looking for the path where we have the definition file for the static pod, and here we can grep for the word static pod. So the static pod. So you can see that this is the path where we have the manifest file for the static pod. Just go to this particular path, ls. So here we have the static YAML file. So I am going to just cat this file so that we can copy this information, because we have to move these particular things to the worker node 01 as per the question. So this is the definitions file. I am going to copy it, all the things. Just copy it because I am going to do it the same thing in the for the worker node, and So before going to that place, we need to remove it as well. So I'm going to remove a static. So after removing this particular file, the static pod will automatically get deleted. So I'm going to the root. Okay, pwd. So we are in the root. Okay, now I'm going to worker node. SSH. Let's clear the screen. Okay, now SSH to node 1. And here also we have to do the same thing, like for the path we have to see the informations for the UX and grep for the kubelet. And here, but remember one thing, we copied the definitions related things, so we are not going to copy anything. We have to write it manually. So I'm just doing the cat on this particular configuration file. So it's var lib kubelet config.yaml and grep, doing the grep for word static pod. So this will give the information the same for, it's in the default path, so it's not changed, but sometimes it's better to identify the path, because sometimes the path is changed, and we can change the path as per our need or as per our convenience. So now I'm going to this particular path, etc Kubernetes manifest, and doing the ls. So nothing is available here. I'm going to create one file name is static.yaml and pasting the content here, which we copied from the control plane. And we don't have to do anything. We're just going to save it, because as per the question, we don't have to do any changes. So now it's changed. Now I'm coming out from the node 1. Okay, let's clear the screen. kubectl get pod. So now you can see the guys that the control plane static pod now deleted, and static it's the same static pod now moved from the front control plane to the worker node. And as per the questions, it says that the web static control plane name should be changed to web static node 01, and it's by default, because when the static pod is get prefixed with the node name. So this complete this particular lab.
CKA challenge question 14, having the weightage of 7%. Create a new deployment called Web003. Scale the deployment to 3 replica. Make sure desired number of pod always running. The task required you to create a new deployment called Web003 and scale it to 3 replica. A Kubernetes deployment is a resource object that defines how many instances of a containerized application should be created and maintained by the Kubernetes system. When you create a deployment, Kubernetes create a set of identical pod replica, which are instances of application running in a container. Scaling a deployment to 3 replica means that the Kubernetes will ensure that there are always 3 identical pods running at a given time. If a pod fails or is terminated, Kubernetes will automatically create a new replica to ensure that the desired number of replica is maintained. To complete the task, you need to use the Kubernetes command line interface kubectl or Kubernetes API to create a new deployment called Web003 and specify the desired number of replica as 3. Once the deployment is created, Kubernetes will ensure that 3 replica are always running and will automatically create or delete replica as needed to maintain the desired state. The main thing is that why the weightage of this question is 7%. There might be difficulties. To understand this, please refer the next video for solutions. So you can take up the challenge of solving these questions on your own. But if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
Okay, as per the questions, we have to create a deployment. So let's create it. So CTL create deployment. The name of the deployment is web 003, and we have to use the image as per the question. We can use any image as we require. This is not mentioned in the question, so let's take it as a Nginx replica as per the question is 3. So we created a deployment with 3 replica. Let's wait for a few more minutes. The current available pod is 0. So out of the 3 pods, none of the pod is available. So we have to think about that which master component is responsible to managing the replications related things. It's a controller manager which handle to manage all the pods, and whenever the pods get down, it's create another pod, and the pod that is related with the master cluster component exists in the kube system namespace. So let's monitor the kube CTL and kube system namespace get pod. So you can see that the kube controller manager control component, it's not working properly. So we have to find the reason behind it, how to find why it's not working, because this is the component which bringing the pods and managing the pods, the desired pods as per the replica we provided. kubectl kube system logs for kube controller. I'm checking the logs of the kube controller. We don't have any informations. Okay, so let's describe it. kubectl, just first use the namespace kube system describe pod kube controller. So it looks that we have some problem and we need to identify what is that problem. It looks to me that the kube controller, the word is not perfect. It should be manager here. Kube controller manager. So let's clear the screen. We know that this all things managed by the static pod. So, and we know the locations where it's kept. So if we don't know the locations, we can identify that as well. But let's check in the etcd Kubernetes manifest file first. cd Kubernetes manifest and this. Okay, so all the static pod have the configurations file in this location. So let's look into the kube controller. We have to look for the word MAM. Okay, it's in the beginning. So you can see that there is some mistake that occurs here. So we need to modify that particular thing, manager. So that's it. I think it will work now. kubectl get deployment. It's look like the pod is not bringing up. Okay, let's watch it. kubectl get deployment. So let's wait for a few more seconds and probably it will be working fine. The problem we had seen is already fixed, so I think it will work. Okay, now you can see that the pod getting created. Okay, let's press Control C, come out from the watch, kubectl get pod. So you have all the pods running. kubectl get deployment. So the deployment is working fine. So whenever if you see a simple question in the exam, so that you have a clear understanding, okay, this one is simple, just look into the weightage as well. If the question have the high weightage, means that there is some problem. So you have to be very careful in the exam. You have to monitor it. It's not that you create a deployment and just jump into the next question. You have to review either the pod gets created or not. So because this is the high weightage questions, and you have to put some time on this to just make sure that whatever you did is correct.
CKA challenge question 15. Having the weightage of 11%. Upgrade the cluster, master and the worker node from 1.18 to 1.19. Make sure to first drain the both node and make it available after upgrade. This question is related to upgrading a Kubernetes cluster which consists of master node and one or more worker nodes from version 1.18 to version 1.19. Upgrading a Kubernetes cluster involves upgrading both the master node and the worker node. The master node is responsible for managing the overall state of the cluster, while the worker node runs the containerized applications. Before upgrading the cluster, it is necessary to drain both the master node and the worker node. Draining a node means that the node is marked as unschedulable and all running pods are evicted from the node before any upgrade are performed. This ensures that the workloads running on the node are not disrupted during the upgrade process. Once the upgrade is complete, the nodes are made available again and the Kubernetes will automatically reschedule the pods on the upgraded nodes. To upgrade the Kubernetes cluster, you would first need to check if there are any compatibility issue between the current version of the Kubernetes running on the cluster and the version to which you want to upgrade. Once you confirm compatibility, you can then use the Kubernetes command line interface kubectl to initiate the upgrade process. The upgrade process typically involves upgrading the Kubernetes component on the master node first, followed by the worker node. You would need to ensure that the upgrade is performed in a safe and controlled manner with appropriate backups and rollback plan in place in case of any issue. After upgrading the nodes, you would need to uncordon them, which means making them available for scheduling pods again. Kubernetes will then automatically reschedule the pods on the upgraded node, ensuring that the workloads are running on the latest version of the Kubernetes. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Good luck.
Okay, the main agenda for today lab session is to upgrade the master node and the worker node from 1.18 to 1.19 version. So before doing that, let's monitor the environment first. kubectl get node. So you can see that the master and the worker node both have the version of 1.18. So let's drain the master node first. kubectl drain control plane, and we need to pass one more command to ignore daemon set. Okay, let's start draining the master node. So it's evicting all the pods. So if you look into the same command again, kubectl get node, so you can see that the scheduling is now disabled for the master node. And if you see the kubectl get pod, how many pods we have, so you find all the pods in the node one, not you will not find any pod for that is running. So we have only one pod that is running. And for this, if you want, go for the wide options, you can find it in this is currently deployed on node 1, on node 01. So let's start the upgrade process. So first apt update. Okay, so now apt install cube adm, and the version is 1.19.0-0. Okay, this is the version we have to upgrade. Say why, yes, go for it. So QBADM is now upgraded. So uh, you can check the version also, and the version is also already provided here that it's upgraded to 1.19. Now QBADM apply upgrade apply to version 1.19.0. Sorry, apply, spelling mistake. So it will take a little time, 1 to 2 minutes, for this to just pull all the images for this deployment. So we have to wait till it get executed. Perfect. So you have the message that your cluster was now upgraded to 1.19. Now our main task is to upgrade install the latest one for the kubelet as well. Apt install kubelet 1.19.0. Okay, restart the kubelet system. CTL restart kubelet. Okay, it's restarted. Now check the just clear the screen first. Kubectl get node. So you find that the master node now upgraded to 1.19. Now uncordon it, so it will be ready for work. Kubectl uncordon control plane component. Okay, kubectl get node. So now it's ready for any kind of deployment into the master. Now it's time for the node 1. Kubectl drain node 01. Ignore demand sets. So now it's ejecting all the pods whichever we have in the deployed on the node 1 to the control plane component. Kubectl get pod O of wide. So you find that the same pod which is previously running on the node 01, it's now running on the control plane node. So we moved it because we have to manage the cluster. We have to upgrade the worker node. So it's now drained. So kubectl, you can check it. Kubectl get node. Now it's not ready for work. For node 1 is now in the draining position. Scheduling is disabled. Now SSH into the node 1 because we need to upgrade the cluster worker node. Apt update apt install kubeatm kubeatm is equal to 1.19. This is the version for which we are going to upgrade. Yes. Okay, now clear the screen. kubeatm upgrade node. Okay, now the node has been upgraded with the kubeatm apt. For the kubelet, we need to install the latest one. Apt install kubelet is equal to what is the version 1.19.0/00. Okay, now restart the kubelet, same as we did for previously for the master. System CTL restart kubelet. Okay, so now currently we are in the node 1 worker node. So we have to come back, press Ctrl D to come out from the worker node. kubectl get node. Okay, so you can find that both the master and the worker node have the version of 1.19, but one thing is left, that we need to uncoordinate the node 1 because it's not ready yet for any kind of deployment. For this, kubectl uncoordinate node 01. Okay, now check the status again for the node. Okay, so the control plane component, the master cluster and the worker node both are now have the version of 1.19. So now the upgrade is finished.
This is the CKA challenge question 16. The weightage of this question is 5%. There are little bit difficulty in this question, that's why the weightage is 5%. Otherwise, for such questions, the weightage generally would be 4%. There are two worker nodes associated with Kubernetes cluster. Use JSON path query to retrieve nodes, OS image name and store it in a file get all OS image node name.txt. This question is asking you to retrieve the OS image name of two worker node associated with the Kubernetes cluster using a JSON path query and then store the retrieved information in a text file called get all OS image node name.txt in your home directory. JSON path is a query language used to extract data from JSON files. In this case, you will need to use JSON path query to extract the OS image name informations for the two worker nodes. To start, you will need to run the kubectl get node command to retrieve informations about the worker nodes in the cluster. Once you have these informations, you can use a JSON path query to filter out the OS image names. The JSON path query you will need to use will depend on the structure of the JSON output from the kubectl get node commands. Take on the challenges of solving these questions of your own first. But if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution.
So for that, we just need to check the node, how many worker node we have. So kubectl get node. Okay. So this will command will give you the worker node details. Okay, so this is the worker node, and if you remember that how you can get IP of that particular node, so it's already mentioned here as well, but you can get it from the wide option. Okay, output of wide, so it will give you all the details, that what is the internal IP, what is the external IP. Okay, it will give you all the details. So from where these types of detail is coming, okay, all the details is coming from the JSON. So if you execute the JSON query, then you will find that it will provide you a file which have all the details, and from there it fetching the details that is something will be very useful. So output of wide have some more details, and without output when you run the kubectl get node have very minimum details. Okay, so how can I get the OS name? So first you need to describe it. So what will write kubectl describe, okay, a node, and you can pass any of the node name because this is the worker node of that particular cluster. Describe node and then node name. Okay, so this will give you the informations related with the node. So you can find the OS name is exist here, but we didn't get any informations that which particular tag to use, and how we can use the JSON query to get the OS image name. So we can dig more into it. So kubectl, now we are going to output this into a YAML. So we're going to get the definitions. Get node, and here again I am pasting, not this one, the name of the node. This one I am going to copy it, okay, and I am pasting it here, pasting, and then after that I am output it in a YAML, okay. So when you execute this query and try to look into it, so you can find that this OS image that I have to write into a file is come under the node informations. Okay, so one thing is clear that this OS image will come into the node info. Okay, so we can now go into the JSON file, get the JSON file details, and then after that we will write a query. So what I have to execute it, kubectl get node, okay, and output of JSON. Now I am going to write a query to get all the details, and I am using the JQ. So it will give the details. Now you can find that the node info is correct. Okay, inside the node info we have the OS image that we have to write, and we have the two nodes. Okay, so if you go a little above, you will find that it's all coming into the same hierarchy, like the images in the same labels. Okay, and after that you will find the all the things is coming to the same level as this one. Okay, the node info, I'm going to just find a top of the this particular tag, so status. Okay, so I figure it out. We have to use the status, and all this status is coming into the items. Okay, so if you go above, you will find the all the status is coming under the umbrella of items. Okay, so now the complete hierarchy, we have the information of the complete hierarchy, and it's quite visible. So now I am going to write a query. So I am using the JSON path here. Okay, and the query will be under the single quotes. You have to write the single quotes and the opening and the closing braces, and after that you have to use the items. Okay, items, because we have the two worker node. Okay, and we will going to list for all. Okay, so I'm putting here the star. Okay, this is clear, and it's I have to go into the status when I just get the items. Okay, one by one I listed on all the items, and after that I have to go to the status. Okay, and inside the status I have to go into the this one node info, and inside this node info I will find the images. So I have to go step by step to just list the OS image name. Okay, so here I have to pass the status. Okay, and then node name, node info, sorry. Okay, again I will apply the jQuery here. Okay, so now I have items here. You can say the details of the node info, and here we have the OS image name. So now I have to apply the OS image name here. So in the same query that we written before, I have to use that one to get the OS image name. So in the same query we are going to add the OS image name. Okay, and remove the JQ, and you will find both the OS image name for the both the node name is appeared here, and we just need to write it into a file. So we are going to write the same query. This time I am going to mention the file name ls. So we have this file name, just cat it. So you can find that it's both the OS image name for the both the node name is appeared here.
CKA challenge question 17. This question have the weightage of 4%. Deploy a web load 5461 pod using the nginx tag 1.17 image with the label set to tier is equal to web. This question is related to deploying a pod in the Kubernetes. A pod is the smallest deployable unit in Kubernetes and represent a single instance of containerized application. The task required you to deploy a pod called webload 5461 using the nginx tag 1.17 container image and set the label to tier is equal to web. To complete the task, you would need to use the Kubernetes command line interface, kubectl or Kubernetes API to create a YAML file that describes the pod configurations. The YAML file would include the container image, label, and any other necessary configuration setting for the pod. The pod will schedule onto a worker node in the cluster, and Kubernetes will ensure that the pod is running and available according to the desired state specified in the YAML file. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encounter any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
And the very easiest one with the low weightage. So we have to create a pod. Let's create it. kubectl run. The name of the pod should be web. Load and the number is 5461. Okay, this is the name of the pod. We have to use the image for it. Nginx, the tag is 1.7. Okay. We have to put the label as well. So we are using the imperative way to do it in a faster way, because in the exam there is time constraint and we have to do it in a fastest way. So now the replicas, not labels. The label that is asked is tier web. So pod is gets created. Let's verify it. Oops, it here. Okay, pod. So one pod is currently running in the environment. Use it here. Get pod. Check for the label. So labels. So okay, the one pod is getting created, which is running, having one container, and the label is perfectly fine. So this have the lowest you can say the weightage, and in the similar way they can ask you to do this stuff in a particular cluster in a particular using the particular namespace. So that's it. So questions having the 4% of weightage, having you have to do the similar kinds of steps. Either you have to create a secrets using the pods, either you have to create a config map using the pods. So 4% have questions having the 4% of weightage have the similar types of questions.
CKA challenge question 18. This question have the weightage of 5%. Create a pod front-end helper that writes binary downloaded successfully. This is the message into a file called front-end helper-log txt file and then exit. Check the pod front-end helper should be deleted automatically when it's completed. This question is asking about you to create a pod in Kubernetes named front-end helper with a specific behavior. The pod's main task is to write the text binary downloaded successfully into a file named front-end helper log txt. Once the pod has completed this task, it should exit automatically. In Kubernetes, a pod is the smallest and simplest unit in the cluster that can be created and managed. A pod can contain one or more containers that share the same network namespace and storage resources. To create the pod with the desired behavior, you will need to define a Kubernetes YAML file with the following specifications. Define the pod's metadata, include the name and labels. Specify the containers to be run inside the pod. In this case, you only need one container. Set the containers command to echo and its argument to binaries downloaded successfully into a file called front-end helper log.txt. Configure the pod's termination policy so that it will be deleted automatically when the container has completed its task. Once you have defined the YAML file, you can apply it to the Kubernetes cluster using the kubectl apply command, or you can use the imperative way to save your time. This will create the pod with the desired behavior and it will automatically delete it once it has completed its task. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck. This is my AWS console where we have a 2 worker node. Okay, I am using the EKS client where I am running the kubectl. Okay, so I connected with the CKA EKS client from where we are going to execute the command. So this is the EKS setup. So you can see this is the public ID and I connected with the same. This is the private one. Okay, let me monitor the environment first. Kubectl get node. So we have 2 worker node in the environment. Both are running in the AP South one, which is the Mumbai region. Okay, and the kubectl pod. We have one deployment running, and this is not related with our questions. Okay, so what is the questions? We have to create a pod with this name front-end helper. So for this I am using the busy box, which because this is the image, the operating system, which is very useful to running the patch and do some download before for the main container and then exit it. So for this environment, because it's not mentioned what image to use, so we have a freedom to use the whatever the image we like for this purpose. So I'm using the busy box. Okay, so for this I'm need to create a pod kubectl run front end helper. This is the name of the pod, I think. Yes, front end helper, and then in this log we have to write it into a log file. Okay, clear. I'm going to use the image, that is the busy box. I'm not choosing any of the tag, and I'm using the IT. It's a sort of for the interactive, the TTY command. When Kubernetes is run with this command, it takes you straight inside the container. Okay, so and the RM. These options means automatically you are removing the container when it exists exit. Okay, and the another one is the restart is equal to never. Okay, so Docker provides some restart policy to control whether your containers start automatically when they exit or when Docker restarts. So I don't want it to get restarted. And then some command bin as such, and we have to echo. Okay, echo into the file. So we are putting the command echo, and what text we have to write? The text is the binaries downloaded successfully, means you just need to write some message into a file. Okay, so echo binaries successfully. Okay, and then close with the quotes, and then we need to write into a file. Okay, the name of the file is the name of the pod front end helper, and then log.txt. Okay, this is the same one, because you have to be very sincere at this point. Whatever it's saying, you have to write into the same file, otherwise you will not get any marks. Okay,
So you should have to be very careful on this. So I created the command. Okay, so if all things goes well, then it will write into the file. So there is no problem. Okay, let me check the file is created or not. Okay, one file is gets created. We will catch it front end, and you can see that the message get logs that the bind is downloaded successfully. Okay, by this particular pod. Okay, and the pod front end also deleted. We will confirm this as well. kubectl get pod. That's why we monitored the environment first. Okay, so pod gets created, and it's did whatever we instructed with the commands. So that's it for this, and it's completed this particular lab.
CKA challenge question 19. The weightage of this question is 11%. Check how many nodes are in the ready state and write the information about nodes tainted with no schedule into a file CKA C00466txt file. At least one node taint information should be logged in a file with the below format: name, node value, and taint and its value. This question is asking you to perform two tasks related to Kubernetes cluster. Check how many nodes are in the ready state. This requires you to query the Kubernetes API to get information about the current state of the cluster node. Specifically, you need to find out how many nodes are in the ready state, which means that they are available to run workloads. You can use the kubectl get node command to get a list of all the nodes in the Kubernetes cluster and their current state. You can then filter this list to count the number of nodes that are in the ready state. Write informations about nodes tainted with no schedule into a file. A taint is a Kubernetes feature that allows you to mark nodes as unsuitable for running certain workloads. A no schedule taint means that no new pod will be scheduled on that node. In this task, you need to identify all nodes that have this taint and log informations about them into a file. The file should be named CKA C00466.txt. For each node with a no schedule taint, you need to log its name and the taint information in the following format: name, node value, taints, and its value for whatever the number of nodes present in your Kubernetes cluster. Here, nodes value should be replaced with the name of the node, and the value should be replaced with the taint informations. To accomplish this task, you need to use the kubectl describe node command to get detailed information about each node in the cluster, including its taints. You can then filter this information to identify nodes with the no schedule taint and log their informations into the desired format in the CKC00466txt file. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
So you can find I already executed the command of kubectl get node. So we have two nodes, and both have the status ready. So we can schedule it for the deployment. So before going to look into the description part, we are going to grep for the taint. Okay, so kubectl describe node and grep for taint. So we have the two nodes, and both the nodes didn't have the taint applied. So as per the questions, we have to apply at least we have to log for one taint. So and the key and value is not associated with the questions. So we can apply accordingly whatever the key value. So I'm going to apply a taint on any of the node. So for this, you have to run a kubectl taint command. Kubectl taint node. I'm going to pick any of the node. I'm using EKS cluster. Okay. So kubectl taint node name I already provided, and here I am providing this key as the CPU. You can select any of the key and value as per your convenience, and the value I am providing as high. Okay, and the effect I am going to provide as mentioned in the question. Okay, so because there is two node, and both the node don't have the taint informations, so I am assigning for one. Okay, the taint is applied. Now I am running the same query again. So you can find that on one particular node, the taint is already got added. So now I am going to use the command of JSON kubectl get node output of JSON. Okay, so here you can find as per the question what we have to get here, the node name and the taints. Okay, again the node name and the taints, because we have the two node only, so this message will appear twice. Okay, so here I have to scroll a little bit. I'm going to the top of the command. Here you can find under the items, we must have the node name here. Here it is. Okay, so inside the metadata we have the name. Okay, so we will fetch the name part accordingly, and now we have to look for the taint informations. Here it is. Under the spec we have the taint information, so we have to log these things for the one node, and the other node don't have the taint information, so the value will be get appeared as null. Okay, accordingly. So now I am going to write the command. I am using the same query and use the JQ. If you don't have the installations of the JQ, you can install it in the command like yum or apt as per your operating system. Install JQ. Okay, with a white confirmation flag, so it will not ask you for at the time of installations for your confirmations. Okay, so I already have this. Sorry, let me write it again. kubectl get node or nodes, whatever you can prefer, the JSON, and here I have to write the JQ. Okay, and that the double quotes, and I have to provide here the item, not item, because we have two items, so I'm putting here the items. Okay, and then the bracket. Okay, after that we have to write the pipe symbol, and then two braces. Under the braces we can have the name, because it's asking for the name. Okay, this one. Okay, so I'm writing here the name, and the name we can find in the metadata dot name. So this will list the node name. Okay, and then the taints, because we have the taint information that we have to log here. Then the taints, and again the colon, because it's already mentioned that we have to provide the colon here. Okay, and here I provide dot spec. Under the spec we find the taints. We verify these informations again. That under the metadata we have the name. Okay, under the metadata we already picked the items. Okay, this is the first one, metadata. Under the metadata we have name. Okay, this is fine. And again under the specs we have the taints. So all things looks good. Let's see the output first, then we will write into the file. So definitely you will get something similar with these types of questions, but they will ask you definitely one question on it. So you can find that this node, for this node we applied the taint with the effect of no schedule, key, CPU, and value is high. But for this we didn't apply it. So tends not apply on this node. That's why it's getting null. So this is the informations we want, and this is accordingly as per asked in the exam question. Okay. So we have the similarities. So now we are going to write into the file. The file name is, I'm going to pick it from here. It's a CKA C0046.txt. Okay. I'm going to copy it and pasting it here. Okay, so it written it into the file. Let me browse it. CK, and we have the informations get logs. So these types of questions is very means easy, you can say, and they will definitely ask one questions to write into the file in different scenario. So you just need to understand how you can get informations from this JSON file. You have to go tag by tag. Like you pick the items, then you are interested to pick on the name, and name comes into the metadata. Okay, similarly you have to pick the taints which comes into the specs. Suppose they will ask you to get the informations for the provider ID. Okay, sometimes they will ask you, so you have to go into the specs dot provider ID, or they will ask you to get the effect, then specs taints and then effect. Okay, accordingly you goes into the hierarchy by using the dot symbol.
CKA challenge question 20. This question have the weightage of 7%. Create a new namespace named Air Fusion. Create a new network policy named MyNetPol in the Air Fusion namespace. Requirements. Network policies should allow pods within the Air Fusion to connect to each other only on port 80. No other ports should be allowed. No pods from the outside of the Air Fusion should be able to connect to any pods inside the Air Fusion. This Kubernetes question is asking you to create a new namespace called Air Fusion and then create a network policies within that namespace called MyNetPol. The requirement for the network policy are as follows. All pods within the Air Fusion namespace to connect to each other only on port 80. This means that any pod within the Air Fusion namespace should able to communicate with each other using TCP port 80, which is the default port of HTTP traffics. However, no other port should be allowed, which means that the communications on all other ports should be blocked. No pods from outside of the Air Fusion namespace should be able to connect to any pod inside the Air Fusion. This means that no pods outside of the Air Fusion namespace should be able to communicate with any pod within the namespace, regardless of the port used. To accomplish this task, you can create a new YAML file with the following specifications. Define the Air Fusion namespace using the kind keyword and set the metadata with the name Air Fusion. Define the MyNetPol network policies using the kind keyword and set the metadata with the name MyNetPol. Set the namespace to Air Fusion so that the policy is applied only within the Air Fusion namespace. Define the spec of the network policies which indicate the following. Set the pod selector to select all pods within the Air Fusion namespace using the match label keyword and a label selector. Set the policies type to ingress to restrict incoming traffic. Define the ingress rules that allow traffic only on port 80 using the ports keyword and specify the port as 80. Allow a from block to specify that traffic should only be allowed from pods within the Air Fusion namespace. You can do this by setting the pod selector in the from block to select all pods within the Air Fusion namespaces using the match label keyword and a label selector. Once you have defined the YAML file, you can apply it to the Kubernetes cluster using the kubectl apply command. This will create the Air Fusion namespaces and the MyNetPol network policy within it. The policies will allow communicating between pods within the namespace on the port 80 while blocking all other traffic and disallowing communications from any pods outside of the Air Fusion namespace. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first. But if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
So we have a Kubernetes cluster which is running on EKS. So this is the EKS client from where we are going to run the command, and these are the worker nodes. So we have two worker node where we are going to create our objects. Okay, so I already connected with this environment. Okay, so you can see that kubectl get ns, the short form of the namespaces is ns. Okay, so we have the default one. Okay, this way you will get in any cluster, and all the rest are related with the Kubernetes itself. Okay, so the first thing is that we have to create a namespace called Air Fusion. Okay, so we are going to write a command for this. Kubectl create namespace Air Fusion. This is as per the requirement for this particular name space we have to create. Let me verify it as well. Kubectl get ns. Ns is the short form of the namespaces. Okay, so Air Fusion is get created. Now we are going to create a pod for the testing in that particular namespaces, and we are going to select a image for that is Nginx, which is by default running on the port 80. So that will be fine. So kubectl run. Name of the pod I'm going to provide Nginx, and the image that I am going to use is Nginx itself, and the namespace is you can write an N or a complete namespace Air Fusion. If we not provide the namespace, then it will create in the default, which not fulfill my requirements. So I am creating a pod with the name Nginx, with the image Nginx in a namespace Air Fusion. Okay, we will verify it as well. kubectl get pod. If we run this command, get pod, then it will not bring any pod because my pod gets created in a namespace called Air Fusion. So we have to write a command like n that I already mentioned. Either you can write a dash dash namespace, or single short form is dash one time dash n. Okay, Air Fusion. This will get a pod that I just created 29 seconds ago. Okay, so this is fine. The pod is created, and by default it's run on the port 80. Okay, now I have to create a network policies, and as per the network policies it will restrict all the ports from the different namespaces. Okay, and it have the policy type of ingress. So as you need to know that for the network policies we have an ingress for the incoming traffic, and for the outgoing traffic that is called the egress. So for outgoing traffic there is no requirement as such, so we will not define, we will only define the ingress, and we will restrict all the ports from the different namespaces. For that we will use the port selector with a empty, so that it will restrict for all, and for the inside the particular namespaces called Air Fusion we will allow all the ports. So again the port selector will be empty, and the port will be the protocol TCP and the port 80. So I am going to create a network policies YAML file. So vi net pol, just I'm naming it YAML. Okay, so here I'm going to go into the insert mode, and then I write API. You can refer the documentation as well for this, what API version we are going to use, but you better to memorize all these things. So API version networking, okay, networking, and then KATS. This is the API version of using the network policies. Version will be 1. Okay, so either you can refer the documentation for this, both will be fine. Okay, kind, I am going to use the network, and will be capital network
Okay, and the P will be capital policy. Okay, for the metadata which keep the name of the pod. Okay, metadata, and in which namespaces we are going to create. So it keep all the informations. We will going to name it as mynet as per the question requirement. Oh, okay, and the namespace will be air fusion. Okay, and then the specification part, we have to restrict all the other ports from the different regions. That's why I'm going to use the port selector here. Okay, port selector, and what will be the value for all the ports. Okay, and again the policies type, I'm going to consider only the ingress policy types. Okay, and the policies type will be for the ingress, for the incoming traffic. Okay, and what will be the specifications for the ingress for the pod in the within the air fusion. Okay, so ingress the from will be from all the pods within the particular namespaces from. Okay, and because we have to apply it for all the pods, so if we have some specific requirement, in that case we will use as a label of that particular pod, but it's not mentioned in the question. That's why we are going to use all. Okay, selector. Okay, pod selector. After that we have to take the ports of the which mentions. Okay, sorry, ports. Excuse me. The protocol that I am going to use is TCP. And the port is as per the question requirement. Port will be 80. Okay, and escape colon q sign. Okay, let me have a look what we written before applying. Okay, the API version is fine. It's networking KTS IO version 1. Kind is the network policy. Metadata have the name and the namespace information. Air fusion specifications. It will restrict all the ports outside the different namespaces. Okay, and the policies type, it's ingress, and the specifications of the ingress is from all the ports. It will allow all the ports having the which is running on the ports 80. Okay, with the protocol TCP/IP. Let me apply it. F the net all. Okay, it's apply kubectl get ns, but it will not get it because it's a namespace, and netpol kubectl get netpol, short form of the network policies. So we created in a namespace called air fusion. Okay, so air fusion, we will find the network policies get created, and we can describe it as well, kubectl. Okay, describe netpol mynet pol namespace air fusion. So it's give all the like the pod selector allowing
the specific traffic to all the ports in this particular namespace. For a particular namespaces, it's allowing all the traffic which is coming from the port 80 using the TCP protocol. Okay, for all the namespaces, it's restricting. Okay, so no, it's also not affecting the egress because it's not provided in the question. So for the outgoing traffic, we are allowing. For the ingress, we are restricting. Okay, so this fulfill this particular challenge questions.
CK challenge question 21. Having the weightage of 4%. Expose the audit web app web pod as a service audit web app service applications on port 30002 on the nodes on the cluster. The web applications listens on port 8080. This question is asking you to create a Kubernetes service named audit web app service that will expose the web pod name audit web app on a specific port 30002. In Kubernetes, a service is an abstraction that provides a consistent IP address and DNS name to a group of pods, allowing them to access by other part of applications or external clients. The service acts as a load balancer, distributing traffic among the pods that is responsible for. The audit web app pod is a web application that listens on port 8080. To expose these applications outside the cluster, you need to create a service that maps the port 30002 on the node to the port 8080 on the pod. This allows external client to access the web applications via the service IP address and port number. Once the service is created, you can use the service IP address and port number to access the web applications from outside the cluster. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first. But if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
Okay, let's first monitor the environment. You see it here, get pod. So as per the questions, we have to create a service and pod is already available. So first describe the port to understand that the pod have the particular port 8080 is running on 8080. So better to describe and see the pod descriptions. You see it here, describe pod audit, and here you can see that the pod is running on 8080. So here you have all the information. It's running using the Nginx. This is the IP. Okay, so let's clear the screen first. And here we have to create a pod. The pod is already created. We have to create a service. So use it here and expose. I'm doing in a imperative and declarative both way because I'm creating a definitions file. After that, I will modify it. So create pod, create expose, exposing the pod because we are creating a service on the pod. So I'm here mentioning the pod name, audit. So the name and the name of the service, that is as per the question, is audit web app service. Also we have to mention the type, which type of service it is. So here we are using node port because cluster IP is the default. As for the questions, we have to use the port. Port is 30,002, and rest thing, the port and target port, we don't need to define here. Just try to generate a definition file by executing dry run is equal to client and O of YAML. So it will give you all the informations, and you have to copy till here, not require the status. So copy it, and this is the question number 1. That's why I'm mentioning here the question. Better to mention the question number first, so that if you want to refer what you did in particular question. So you have all the XML file for this, or all the YAML file for the definition file. So this is svc.yaml. So first question number first, we are creating the service and the YAML file. I'm going to paste it here. And we need to modify some of the things, like I mentioned here the node port. This is fine, but I have to use the node port accordingly. As per the question, it is 30,002. So it's save it. Now apply it. QCTL, apply, manage app, one service. So you can just see that the service gets created. Let's clear the screen. Now we have to validate each and everything. kubectl get pod. Okay, and name of the pod is audit pod. O of white. I just want to see the IP. So this is the IP, and now describe the service. kubectl that we created just right now. kubectl describe SBC is short name for the service, and our service is audit web app service. So here we have to match each of the things that we created. Okay, target port is 8080, and you can see the IP. And here this is the important things, because we created a service on the port, so you can see the IP, this IP and this IP is matching, so it's fine. So as per the questions, we created everything perfectly fine. So this complete this particular part of the questions.
CKA challenge question 22. Having the weightage of 7%. Taint the worker node node01 with detail provided below. Create a pod called devpod nginx using image is equal to nginx. Make sure that the workload are not scheduled on this worker node01. Create another pod called prod pod nginx using image is equal to nginx with tolerations to be scheduled on node 01. The details that we have to use: key environment env underscore type, the value productions, operator equal, and effect no schedule. This question is asking you to perform two tasks related to Kubernetes nodes and pods. Taint the worker node named node01 with a specific taint. Taint allow you to mark a node as unsuitable for certain type of workload, preventing pods from being scheduled on that node unless they have a corresponding tolerations. In this case, you need to add a taint to node 01 that will prevent workload from being scheduled to it. Create two pods, one that cannot be scheduled to node 01 because it does not have a tolerations for the taint, and another that can be scheduled to node 01 because it has a tolerations. The first task involved adding a taint to node 01 with the key value pair of event type is equal to production and operator of equal. The effect of the taint should be set to no schedules, which means that the node will not accept any new pod that do not have a matching tolerations. The second task involves creating two pods using the nginx image. The first pod, called devpod nginx, should not be scheduled to node 01 because it does not have a tolerations for the taint. The second pod, called prod pod nginx, should have a tolerations that match the taint on node 01, allowing it to be scheduled to that node. To create the prod pod nginx pod with the tolerations, you can use the tolerations field in the pod spec to specify the key, operator value, and effect of the tolerations. In this case, you would set the key is equal to environment type, the operator to equal, and the value to productions, and the effect to no schedule. This tells Kubernetes that the pod can tolerate the taint on node 01 with these specific properties. Overall, this question tests your understanding of taint and tolerations in Kubernetes and how they can be used to control where the pod are scheduled in a cluster. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
We have to change a worker node 01 with the informations that provided in the question. So let's see the environment first. UCTL get node. So we have two node, and let's verify either the taint is applied in any particular node or not. So let's see it by first from control plane component UCTL describe node control plane, and here you have to grab for the taint. So you can find that the control plane node don't have the taint, and what about the node 01? Node 01, it's also don't have the taint applied. So now as per the questions, I'm performing the first step to apply the taint on the node 01. kubectl, the command is perform this activity is kubectl, the taint we are applying on node. The name of the node is node 1. Okay, and as per the questions, we have to use a key equal to value, pasting here the key, and the value is productions. Value is productions, and here you have to use the colon, and for the effect, that is no schedule. So that's it. Let's verify it as well, either it's applied or not. So I'm just referring the node 1 and the change is applied. Now I'm jumping to the second part, which says that we have to create a pod called dev pod nginx using the nginx image, and we have to verify it because we are not currently applying the toleration, so it will not get deployed on the node 01 because node 01 have the taint and we are not providing the tolerations. The tolerations part we will provide in the third steps. Okay, so kubectl run. What is the name of the pod? It's a simple pod. We don't have any complexity, we just going to use it, and this is the name of the pod, and the image that we are going to use to create the pod is nginx. Okay, that's it. So you created it, and now verify on which particular node it's running. kubectl get pod. What is the name of the pod? It's dev. Okay, it's running fine. Now we are going to check where it's get applied. Oh, right. So here you can see that it's get applied on node 01. Sorry, control plane, not on node 01 because node 01 already have the tint applied and we didn't provide any tolerations for this. So we completed the second step. The first step was to apply a tint on the node, and after that we have to run a simple pod without tolerations. Now the third step we have to apply with the tolerations, and then we have to see where it's get deployed. So let's clear the screen. For this, we are going to generate a definition file. kubectl run. The name of the pod is the pod nginx. The image that we are going to use is nginx, and just use the try run. to generate a definition file. Of YAML. Okay, so let's copy till here. This is the question number 2. vi2, and we are creating the pod. Let's paste it here. And for the tolerations, we are again going to refer the documentations. Okay, so the tolerations, we are going to copy this particular part. It's have all the informations and going to apply it here. Okay, just delete this part as well, it's not required. Okay, paste it here, the tolerations thing. Okay, let's align it as it's not properly aligned. Okay, so we have to use the key as a env type. We are going to use the key as per the change has been applied. Set it here. The equal command is perfectly fine. The value that we are going to use is productions. I'm copying it. Okay, the effect is perfectly fine. So that's it. Just save it and apply it to ctl apply nsf2. So pod gets created. Let's clear the screen. qctl get pod o of white. So here you can see that the pod that we created, the pod nginx is running on node 1 because it's meeting all the criteria of the change, because it's this particular pod have the definitions of tolerations as well. So it doesn't mean that if the pod get deployed on control plane after having the tolerations that this is wrong. No, this is not wrong. Change means that you applied a lock. So if you have the key, you can go inside the room. It doesn't mean that you cannot go inside that room that don't have the lock. So if this particular pod deployed or running into a control plane node, it's also fine, because the tolerations means that it's meeting all the criteria. If the kube scheduler wants to deploy this particular pod in node 1, then there is no difficulties because it's have the tolerations. If the control plane, if the API kube scheduler wants to deploy it in the control plane, that is also good. There is no problem that if he want to go inside any rooms, he is free to go inside any rooms, but that particular pod have the key also. So now I completed this part.
CKA challenge question 23. Having the weightage of 4%. Create a pod called pod JXC56FV using the details mentioned below. The security context run as user 1000 and FS group 2000. Image that we have to use is Redis, tag is the Alpine. This question is asking you to create a Kubernetes pod named pod JXC56FV with two specific detail, a security context with two field set, run as user and FS group. The run as user field specifies that the user ID that the container should run as, which is a set to 1000 in this case. The fs group field specifies the group ID that should own any volume mounted by the container, which is set to 2000 in this case. This allows you to control the permissions of the container and ensure it can only access files and directories that are owned by the specified user and group. The pod should use the Redis image with the tag Alpine. This image is lightweighted version of the Redis database that is optimized for size and efficiency. To create the pod with this detail, you would need to define a YAML manifest that include the pod specifications. The spec should include a container manifest with the Redis image and the security context field set to the appropriate values. Once you create this manifest, you can use the kubectl apply command to create the pod in your Kubernetes cluster. The resulting pod will have the name pod JXC56FV and will use the Redis image with the specified security context settings. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first. But if you encounter any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
Okay, for this question, we have to create a simple pod. You can say it's a simple pod with applying the security context. So let's see the environment, kubectl get pod. So this is the pod that we did it in the first questions. Now I have to create another pod. So let's create it in an imperative way. We will just generate a definition file for this. Kubectl run. What is the name of the pod? I'm just going to copy it. Okay, and this is the name of the pod, and the image that I am going to use is Redis. Sorry, we have to use equal to Redis Alpine. Okay, and we have to define the security context as well. So I'm using the try run to generate the definition file again. Okay, we need to copy it till here. Okay, this is the third question. That's why I am mentioning here, and it's a good practice to mark every definition file with the question number. So I'm creating a simple pod. So I'm writing that pod, question number 3, pod, then while. Okay, pasting all the contents. And for the let's remove this. This is not required. Okay, for the security context part, I'm going to Kubernetes, and here I'm writing security context or run as user. So you should be very familiar with the documentation part so that you can just not waste your time and just try to find run as. Okay, I'm just copying this particular part from here, all the part, nothing to be deleted because I will going to delete from here, which is not required. Okay, just paste your content, and as per the question we have to use run as the same 1000 and the fs group. This is not required, so we are going to delete it. That's it. So save it and apply this particular thing. It's applied. Just validate it. So pod is running. This is the pod, this one. So it's currently running, but you need to validate it as well. So let's clear the screen. kubectl describe pod task Okay, from here you will not get any such informations, only the informations regarding the image that we use it correctly. The security context part is not available. So just clear the screen and try to execute some command. Okay, so kubectl execute it, and the name of the pod is pod, and run the command who am I. So you can see that I set a security context on the container as run as user, and it's displaying the same 1000 result. It means that it is fine. That we whatever we applied is fine, and so I completed these questions. If you want to check for the other port, because that port which we handle in the first questions don't have the security context, so you can see that pod which don't have the security context have the root access. So let's validate it as well. ctl get pod. So this is the first pod that we created in the first question, first challenge. So ctl execute and audit. So here you can see that it's a root, because we didn't define any security context while creating this particular pod, and in this pod we defined the security context as run as user is equal to 1000. That's why it's not displaying as a root user, and this is the pod we don't have created set any kind of security context is as a root. So I completed.
CKA challenge question 24. This question have the weightage of 4%. Get the node name node01 informations in the JSON format and store it in a file at directory opt outputs and the name of the JSON file. The question is asking you to create the informations about a node with the identifier node01 and save it to the file in a JSON format. The file should be saved in the directory opt outputs with the name nodes fz456723j.json. This means that you will need to have access of a system or tools that you can retrieve node informations and convert it to the JSON format. Once you have obtained the node informations and convert it to the JSON format, you will need to write it to a file using the appropriate command or functions. It is important to ensure that the file is saved in the correct directory with the correct file name as specified in the questions. Overall, this task involves retrieving, processing, and storing data in a specific format and locations. It is important to understand the requirement and constraint of the task as well as the tools and the system available to complete it. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first. If you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
Let's monitor the environment first. How many nodes we have in this environment? You see it here. Get. So currently we have two nodes, and as per the questions, we have to generate a JSON file. We have to generate output in a JSON format and generate a file and keep in locations that is asked in the question. So for doing this, let me write the query kubectl get node. The name of the node is node 01. Okay, and output of JSON. So you can see that there is huge output. Okay, so this is the thing I have to keep in a particular locations. So you can see that it's providing all the information regarding the CPU, what is the CPU size, the CIDR range, So in the exam, the questions may comes in a different way. Like you have to get the output. It's a kind of reports. You can generate reports on this particular JSON file accordingly, whatever asked in the question. So you can see that what is the labels. So they may ask you to generate a report in the JSON format and only fetch the labels for a particular node. So you have to fetch this, and you should have the idea how to generate a JSON file with some passing some queries into it. So as per these questions, we have to do it in a simple way. So we need to output it in a path that defined. So this is the output path, and we have to generate the file. So it's got generated. We can verify it using the cat and put the file complete path and look the same output. So this is the output that we are getting from the file in which we saved. So in this way, this lab is complete. It's a very easy that is asked in the CKA exam, and you don't have to skip these questions. So better to have understanding on JSON, and you can expect either maybe the one question, at least one questions they will ask you for that is related to the JSON. This question is not asked in my exam if you want my view, but better to know it because it's in the syllabus and they may ask you on this.
CKA challenge question 25. This question have the weightage of 5%. Take a backup of the etcd database and save it to the root directory with name etcdbackup.db. This question is related to technical task and is asking you to perform the following steps. Take a backup of the etcd database, save the backup in the root directory of the system, name the backup file as etcdbackup.db. To complete this task, you will need to have access to the system where the etcd database is running and have the necessary permissions to perform a backup. The specific steps to take the backup of the etcd database will depend on the system and tools being used. But typically, it involves using a specific command or tools to initiate the backup process. Once the backup process is complete, you will need to save the backup file to the root directory of the system. This typically involves using a command or functions to specify the destinations directory and file name. In this case, the file name should be etcdbackup.db as specified in the questions. It is important to ensure that the backup file is saved in the correct locations with the correct file name. Additionally, it is recommended to verify the backup file to ensure that it is complete and can be restored if necessary. Take the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
Okay, in this question, we have to take the backup of the etcd database. For this, we have to investigate the description file, definitions file for the etcd database to take all the necessary path and all the cluster components you will find in a cube system image space. kubectl cube system get pod. So here you will find all the cluster components, and this is the static pod because it's postfix with the node name and control plane is the master node. So the etcd cube API, cube controller manager, and the cube scheduler. So all the four are the static pod. So we are mainly concerned with taking the etcd database back. So kubectl and cube system describe etcd describe pod, sorry, describe pod etcd control plane. So this is the definitions file through which the static pod is running for the etcd, and you have the all the path related with the certificates, key, and the CA certificates path that we are going to use it to generate the etcd database backup. And for this, to take the commands, I'm referring to the Kubernetes documentations, etcd snapshot. So you should be very familiar with the documentation and stuff. So better to have a practice on it, that where to find what information so that you can find it very easily. So this is the path. Okay, I copied it and paste it in the notepad so that I can take the appropriate paths. So I'm looking into the CA certificate path. So here you will find the CA certificate path. Just copy it and paste it in the notepad. Now we require the certificate of the etcd. Certificate of the etcd. So we can find it here. Certificate of the etcd. Server certificates, and we're going to paste it here. Okay, the key informations you can find it here. The server key. Copy this as well. Okay, so you have all the informations. Now we have to put the etcd backup file. Etcd as per the question backup.db, and copy it and pasting it here and pressing the enter button. What the argument? Okay, we repeat it, save 2 times. So let's delete one. So you can see that the etcd backup has been saved. We can verify it as well. So here you can find the etcd backup is placed in the root folders. So in this way we complete this slide.
CKA challenge question 26, having the weightage of 5%. A new application, Finance Audit Pod, is deployed in the finance namespace. There is something wrong with it. Identify and fix the issue. No configurations changed allowed. You can only delete and recreate the pod if required. This question is related to technical troubleshooting task and is asking you to perform the following step. Identify the issue with the new applications called Finance Audit Pod that has been deployed in the finance namespace. Fix the issue but without making any configuration changes. If required, delete and recreate the pod to resolve the issues. To complete this task, you will need to have access to the system where the application has been deployed and have the necessary permissions to manage the pod. It is likely that you will need to investigate the logs and status of the pod to identify the issue. Once you have identified the issue, you will need to fix it without making any configuration changes. This could involve updating the code or dependency of the applications or making adjustment to the environment or resource allocated to the pod. If it is not possible to fix the issue without making configuration changes, the questions allow for the options of deletions and recreating the pod. This would involve using a command or functions to delete the existing pod and then deploy the new instance with the same configuration. It is important to ensure that the issue is fully resolved and that the application is functioning as expected before considering the task complete. Additionally, it is recommended to document the issue and solve to help prevent similar issues from occurring in the future. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first. But if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
So as per these questions, there is one pod that running in the finance namespace. First check, do we have any finance namespace already created? Better to identify kubectl hit ns. So we have one finance namespace already existing in the environment. So let's clear the screen. kubectl finance get pod. All the pods from the finance namespace. So you can see that the pod is not running as per the questions, and we have to identify. So better to describe this pod. kubectl. This will be my first step for the investigation. kubectl and finance. Describe pod finance audit pod. Okay. So all the things are successful. Here the error is related with the, I think there is some typo while executing this command. Zip. This is the term. Okay. So let's clear the screen. kubectl. Okay. Let's verify it again by describing it again. Okay, so you can identify that this is the SIP. SIP, instead of sleep, SIP word has been used, which causing this problem. Okay, so for this, clear the screen first. kubectl and use the namespace and finance get pod finance output of YAML. I'm just going to save all the definitions file that is used to create this pod in a file, because we need to first delete this pod and then recreate it, but we don't have to change anything in the configurations. We have to only fix the problem. So pod.yml, I'm going to save it in this file, so all the things are perfect. Get pod finance audit OML. Just press enter ls. So we have the pod, and we are going to use the Vim editor to just open it in a Vim editor. Okay, so let's move it a little bit. Oh, here is the word, and we are going to fix it. It should be save the file. And one more thing, guys, in the Kubernetes exam, if you have to delete a pod, don't delete in a simple way like kubectl using the namespace finance delete pod finance. Don't delete in this way. Just use the grace period of 0 and apply the force on it. I think one does. No, it should be a force. Okay. So in this way, you just terminate the pod very instantly. You don't have to wait it to get the pod deleted. Now pod is already, you can verify it as well. Kubectl namespace finance get pod. Sorry, get. So the pod is deleted from the, and we already saved the definition file and fix it as well. So kubectl apply for file, and the name of the file is pod, and it's got created. Let's verify it. kubectl and for finance get pod. So now the pod is running perfectly fine. So this complete the third question.
CKA challenge question 27. This question have the weightage of 7%. A new user named Alok need to be created. Grant him access to the cluster. User Alok should have the permissions to create, list, get, update and delete the pod in the space namespace. The private key exists at the locations root alok.key and CSR certificate signing request at root alok.csr. This question seems to be related to setting up a user with a specific access permissions in a Kubernetes cluster. To start, it mentions that a new user named Alok needs to be created. This likely means that there is an existing Kubernetes cluster that already have some user setup, and the task is to add a new user to that cluster. The next part of the question specifies that the Alok user should have the access to the cluster. Access to a Kubernetes cluster is typically managed through a system called RBAC, role-based access control, which allow administrator to grant or deny user access to specific resources in the cluster based on their assigned role and permissions. The question then goes on to state that Alok should have the permissions to create, list, get, update, and delete pods in the space namespace. Namespaces are a way to partition a Kubernetes cluster into multiple virtual clusters, each with its own set of resources and permissions. Pods are the smallest deployable unit in Kubernetes and contain one or more containers. Finally, the question mentions that the private key and CSR certificate signing request for Alok exist at a specific file locations under the root directory name alok.key and under the root alok.csr respectively. These are likely used to authenticate Alok when accessing the Kubernetes cluster. Overall, this question seems to be a testing knowledge of Kubernetes RBAC, namespaces, and pod management, as well as familiarity with the concept of authentications and private key in Kubernetes. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
Okay, so in this particular question, you have to create a new user called Alok and grant him to access to the cluster. So let's verify the CSR related things, either it's placed or not. So currently we have to check where we are. We are inside the root, and as per the questions, we have some certificate already placed here. Okay, so you can see that we have alok.csr and alok.key already placed, and let's verify the namespaces thing as well. So here we have one space namespace already exists, so we don't have to create any namespace. It's already created for us. And now it's time to jump on the documentations and look into the certificate signing request related things, because we have to copy the YAML file from there. So here you have to search for the certificate signing request, and it's give you the first link, the kubernetes.io. You have to always verify the URL which you are accessing in the exam, because you can't access discussions related things, any types of forum. You don't have to use it. You have to only use the kubernetes.io as a second tab in the exam, which is allowed. So now you should be very familiar to while accessing these documents. So you can just jump into the signing request for the user, and this is the things you have to copy from here to here. Okay, this is going to be your YAML file, and I am creating one notepad here. I am pasting it here. Okay, and this particular things I am going to remove it, because this is for the demo purpose. Okay, and I removed that part. I also don't require the expiration seconds. I'm not going to use it, and my username is Alok. Okay, for this we need to do one more stuff here, that is mentioned that in the request section you have to is the base 64 encode value for the CR content. So you have to convert it, and I'm going to use the similar command which is provided here. I'm copying it, and I'm going to use it here, and just paste that particular command, and you have to use, because we are in the current locations and we have the CSR file with for Alok here, and I'm passing only the Alok name, and it gives you lots of informations here. So you can see lots of information. So I'm copying from here to this particular things. Okay, copying it, and here I'm going to use in this particular from here to here. Okay, that's it. So let's copy this particular, and I'm going to create a YAML file. Okay, all things looks good. Let's clear the screen. I'm using the beam editor and csr.yaml, pasting all the content. Okay, and nothing you have to change it, just save it and apply it. Okay, so this part is now completed, and you have to look into the certificate relation related things. So you can do a query kubectl get CSR. Okay, so this is the one certificate that I created with the name Alok, and it's currently in the pending asset. But before that, doing any activity, first you have to verify either this particular user Alok have access with the pod or not, so that you can verify at the end that okay, now you have the access. So to verify this, you need to run kubectl and use the space namespace here, get pod. So and as username Alok. So you are verifying the things for Alok in the name space that it's can able to get the pod informations or not. So here you can see that we have the forbidden error that the user Alok is not allowed to get the list or get any types of informations related with the pod in the namespace space. So for this, you are going to provide some roles, and you will look into this how we can grant permissions to Alok. But before that, you have pending certificates that you have to approve. So for this, you can use the command kubectl certificate approve. and simply write the name of the user, Alok. So you can see that now the certificate has been approved. You can verify it as well. Okay, so now you can see that the Alok is now approved user, and we added in the Kubernetes cluster, but this user is completely fresh. So we have to provide the role as per the questions, as it can able to list, able to get the informations related with the pod in the space namespace. So let's clear the screen. And for this, we are again jumping into the documentation part, and here we will find the role. And here this will list all the informations regarding this. So we are going to create a role for the user and the role binding so that it can get all the informations related with it. So you can see that we have the role, and instead of default we are going to use the space namespace, and the port reader, and it's not provided in the question, so you can use any of them. The API groups will be null, so you, because this indicates the core API group. And the pods, we have the get, watch, and list for the demo, but we will do it, we will assign the verbs accordingly as per the questions. And we have to use the role binding, role and role binding. It will also goes into the space namespace. And for the user, we have to pass the Alok here and the role that we created. So I already prepared a YML file. You can see that I will going to create it, but the template is already I have with me, so I'm going to use it. So let's create a new r.yml. This is for the role, and here I am going to paste what I already created. I'm just pasting it here. Okay, so you can see that this is the role definitions file, and instead of the deployment here we have to use the space name is space as per our scenario. So this is the only thing that we need to modify. Okay, let's save this because we already implemented all the verbs correctly. So role already has been created. kubectl get role in the space namespace. So you can see that one pod reader is already has been created. Now it's time to use the, we have to create a role binding for this. And for this, I am going to copy again the command and again the syntax that are already created. And we will name it as RB, role binding. So here we also using the space namespace, and user is Alok, and for role that we already created, we are binding here as a role reference. So we have to just save this file, and we have to apply it. You can verify it as well. Okay, so it's created. Now it's time to again verify the authentications, either we are able to do it or not. So for this, I'm just going to test it. kubectl namespace space get pod, okay, as Alok. So you can find that we are not getting any error. because there is no any objects that has been created in the space namespace, so it's not fetching any informations. But if we have the pod available there, then we can have the informations, and you can verify these all things by executing one more command, like will provide you that either we have the authorizations as per the verb, the actions that we provided. So let's verify it as well. kubectl auth can I get ports namespace space as Alok. So this will provide you informations. Yes, means the user Alok can able to execute the get command for the pods in the namespace space. Use it. So in this way we can verify all the actions that this particular users can use it. So this is the end of this particular demo, and we are jumping to the other question.
CKA challenge question 28. This question have the weightage of 7%. Create a persistence volume claim and pod with the below descriptions provided. This question is asking the users to create a Kubernetes deployment that include a persistence volume PV, a persistence volume claim PVC, and a pod. These three components are used together to enable data persistence in Kubernetes. A persistence volume is a piece of storage in a Kubernetes cluster that can be used by pods. It is typically created by a cluster administrator and can be accessed by any pod in the cluster that has the appropriate permissions. The PV can be created using different storage types, such as local storage, network storage, or cloud-based storage. A persistence volume claim is a request made by a pod for a specific amount of storage. It acts as a request for a particular type of storage, such as a specific size or volume labels, and the cluster's persistence volume controller will try to match the claim with a suitable PV. A PVC can be created by a user, typically by specifying the amount of storage needed and other attributes such as the access mode and storage class. The pod is the smallest deployable unit in the Kubernetes and can be taught as a single instance of a container. The pod can be configured to use the PVC as a storage volume, allowing it to store and retrieve data in a persistent manner. This question is asking you to create three Kubernetes objects with specific specifications: a persistence volume PV, a persistence volume claim, and a pod. The PV you need to create should have a volume name of mypvlog, a storage capacity of 100 MI, and access mode of read-write many. It should use the host path /pv/log and have a reclaim policy of retain. A persistence volume is a way to store data in Kubernetes, and this particular volume will be able to accessed and written to by multiple pods at the same time. The PVC you need to create should have the volume name of PVC claim log, a storage request of 50 MI, and access mode of read write many. A persistence volume claim is a request of a particular amount of storage from persistence volume. In this case, the claim is requesting 50 MI of storage that can be accessed and written to by multiple pods at the same time. Finally, the pod you need to create should have a name of my-nginx pod and use the nginx container image. The pod should also use the PVC you created earlier as its volume with the volume mount of /log. This means that the pod will able to read from and write to same storage volume that was claimed by the PVC. Overall, this question is testing knowledge of Kubernetes storage and the ability to configure persistence storage in the Kubernetes cluster using PV, PVC, and pod. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck. Okay, so in this particular question, you have to create a persistence volume, then you have to claim it with the definitions file,
YAML file you have to create for the persistence volume claim, and then you have to utilize that PVC in a pod. So in this video, we are performing these three activity one by one. First PV, and then PVC, and then we have to create a pod. For this, you can refer the documentations as well. Like you can search for the persistence volume. If you don't know the syntax for this, okay, so here you can find all the information regarding the PVC, which commands you have to use, and you have to go through all the documentations related things so that in the exams you will not face such problem. Like you have to use this particular things for the to create the PVC, and then you have to use you have to claim part, the PVC volume claim, and then again you have to utilize it, and all the syntax you will find it here only. So you can see that we are utilizing this particular thing. So as per the questions, I already created a notepad for this, because we have to save time, and things should be made more clearer, because we don't want to invest lots of time in the documentations. I already created that one. So the first thing that I am going to create is the PV. For this, I am using the Vim editor, and we will create a definitions YAML file as a PV. And now I am going to copy it and paste it here. So you can see that I'm creating the PVC persistence volume. The name of the persistence volume is my PV log, and the storage is 100, and the access mode as per the questions I am using read write mode, and the reclaim policy retain, and the host path is PV log. So I am just saving it. Okay, now it's time to apply it. QCTL apply -f PV. Okay, kubectl get PV. So you can see that it's already created, but the status is available, because we have the PV, but it's not claimed. So we have to create other definitions file for the PVC. Okay, and I need to create, just paste it here, the definitions file for the PVC. And here you can see that the kind is the persistence volume claim, and the name is, as per the question, we are using PV claim log, and the access mode is same as we have in the PV, and the request we are using the sorter, but you can't use the higher than the PV. So you can utilize the lower one as per the question. And now I'm going to save it. Okay, kubectl apply -f and PVC. So now, what is the status of kubectl get PV? So you can see that the status is now from available, it moves to bound. And what is the status of PVC? Now it's the status is also bound. So we are utilizing the PVC. The claim is successful, and on the top of PV we created a PVC. So we have a bonding relationships that we are utilizing the persistence volume that created with using the persistence volume claim. So the claim has been successfully bound with the PV. Now it's time to create a pod that will utilize the PVC. So and we have to verify it as it's currently in the running state or not. So let's clear the screen. For this, I am going to create one pod file, and I am going to copy and paste it here. So this is a simple pod which have the same name as per the question, using the it's using the Nginx, and the path where we put the log, and it's mounted with the persistence volume. So persistence volume claim, and the persistence volume claim is bonded with the persistence volume where we have to keep all the things. So all the mappings related things has been done, and we are utilizing the correct claim name. You should be very careful on this particular part. So all the things looks good, and we are going to save it. Now it's time to apply it as well. Okay, so the pod is created which used to utilizing the claim, and the claim is bound with the PVC. So all the things looks good. If we have the running instance, it means that there is no problem. That the pod will be utilizing the claim, and the claim is bound with the PVC, the PV. So let's see the status of pod. So you can find that it's currently in the running state. So my pv.index, we can see the description as well. So here you can see that the volume is mounted correctly for this particular pod. The persistence volume, name of the persistence volume claim is PV claim log. So all the things looks good, and our pod is running perfectly fine. The PV and PVC is already bound. So you can see that it's not in the pending state. So when we verified it, all the things very carefully, and this completes this particular lab.
CKA challenge question 29. This question have the weightage of 7%. Kubernetes worker node 01 is not responding. Have a look and fix the issue. This question is related to troubleshooting a problem with the Kubernetes worker node named node 01 that is not responding. A Kubernetes cluster typically consists of one or more master node and several worker nodes. The master node are responsible for managing the cluster state, scheduling workloads, and monitoring the worker nodes. The worker node are the machines that actually run the containers and workload. In this scenario, the question states that the worker node 01 is not responding. This means that the node is likely down or unresponsive, and it is not able to execute the workload schedule on it. The first step in troubleshooting the issue would be to try and determine the root cause of the problem. Some possible reason of worker node not responding could include network connectivity issue. The node may not able to communicate with other node or the master due to network problem. Resource exhaustion. The node may be out of resource such as CPU, memory or storage. Operating system issue. The node may be experiencing software or hardware issues that are preventing it from operating correctly. Kubernetes configuration issues. Maybe there be issue with the Kubernetes configurations on the node that are preventing it from communicating with the rest of the cluster. To fix the issue, the specific cause need to be identified and addressed. This may involve logging into the node and checking its log, reviewing the Kubernetes event related to the node, or checking the health of other nodes and the master. Once the root cause of the problem is identified, there are several steps that may need to be taken to resolve it. These could include restarting the node, increasing the resources allocated to the node, updating or reconfiguring the Kubernetes setting, or replacing the node entirely. Overall, this question is testing knowledge of Kubernetes worker node and troubleshooting skill, including the ability to diagnose and fix the issue with the node that are not responding. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
Okay, so as per the questions, the worker node 01 is currently down, and we have to look into the problem and fix it accordingly. So before that, we have to verify is it true or not. QCTL get node. So you can see that yes, the worker node 01 is not responding, or it's not in the ready state, maybe due to some any issues with the kubelet, or maybe there is some problem with the configurations, maybe there is some problem with the keys, certifications, whatever it is, we have to investigate it. But before that, we have to just see the descriptions of this particular node. QCTL describe node 01, because sometimes we will get useful informations from these descriptions, or sometimes we don't have any such meaningful descriptions. So sometimes it will be helpful, and sometimes it's not. So you can see that it's starting the queue boxes and all these things, the status is now not ready. So we are not getting any useful informations from these particular descriptions. So now it's time to jump into the worker node to see the status of the kubelet. So I'm just doing a clear command, and here I am doing the SSH to node 1 to just investigate the kubelet status. So system CTL status and the kubelet. So this will give a proper idea what is going to be happen. So you can see that the kubelet, it's a configurations file is kept at these particular locations, etc system kubelet, and under this we have the configuration file related with the kubelet. But as per the kubelet, it's have the active status is not in the success or in the active mode, it's activating, so there might be some problem. So we will try to force it to restart the kubelet again. Maybe it will get restarted. Kubelet. Again, we are going to see the status of the kubelet, either it's up or not. No, there is no change in the status. So now it's time to use the journal CTL to look into any types of errors if the kubelet have running with. So we have to use journal CTL minus U kubelet. This gives you lots of information from where you have to identify what is running. So one is the problem that I currently identify is regarding this particular message is failed to load the kubelet config file. The configuration file is at these locations, but better to run a command control G to see all the statuses, all the error log. So we have now all the error log till end. When you place the shift plus G, it will move you to the end of the log file, and you have to monitor the each of the log. Either you will find any useful informations or not. So we have one useful informations, but we want to see some more details on that particular error log. If you not find any informations that is beneficial for our investigations, then we will look into the configuration file definitely. So there is no meaningful information as such, but you have to scroll to see all the logs from bottom to top. Sometimes the meaningful informations you will find in between, sometimes at last, sometimes in the beginning. So it depends. So nothing useful as such. But we have one information that it's failed to load the kubelet configuration file. So we have to look into these particular things. I'm going to just browse this particular configuration file of the kubelet, and then we will look into it how what we can do or where we need to fix it. So I'm just going to cat this file YAML, that L is missing here. Okay, all the things, I don't think there is a problem. Okay, okay. See, you can see that the certificate file the CA certificate file locations because it's a client CA file and it's required the certificate file. So here I think there is some mess up because it's in the message says that something wrong happened here, and this information is to provide a help to you guys in the examinations. Hey, there are you looking for me? We can see this particular file. What is the name of CA certificate file actually? So just use the cd and insert that particular file as okay. The name of the certificate file is CA certificate file, so we have to use the CA. Now going to use the vim command, just copying the same path because we need to update it. We find the correct certificate file name. So I'm using the Vim editor. In the examinations, you will have the Nano also and the Vim editor installed, so you don't need to worry about that. Okay, so I'm going to insert mode, and here we have to fix this to CA. After that, we will save that file. Okay, the file has been saved, and because we did a configuration related changes, so we have to reload the daemon as well. So system ctl. Okay, this command is executed. Now we need to restart the kubelet. These are both the activity we need to perform because this you can consider it as a mandatory when you dig into any types of configuration related things, either with the kube proxy or the kubelet. You have to reload the daemon and then again restart the kubelet service. So I'm going to look into the status of the kubelet. So you can see that it's active and in the running state. So I hope that the problem is now I correctly identified and it's fixed. Now I'm coming out from the worker node. Clear the screen first to have a better clarity, and kubectl get node. This will give the informations about both the node and the status, either it's running or. So you can see that it's now running. So we identified the problem with the worker node, and we fixed this problem. We verified it as well by running the systemctl status of the kubelet, and we confirm that now the kubelet is running. Previously it had some problem related with the CA certificate file, which we fixed. So this complete this particular hands-on.
CKA challenge question 30. This question have the weightage of 7%. A pod called MyEngineX pod using the image EngineX in custom namespace is not running. Find the problem and fix it and make it running. All the supporting definitions file has been placed at root. This question is about troubleshooting and fixing an issue related to a Kubernetes pod named MyEngineX pod running the Nginx image. The pod is supposed to run in a custom namespace. However, it is currently not running, and the task is to identify the root cause of the problem and fix it to ensure that the pod is up and running. The questions also mention that all the necessary definitions file required to solve the problem has been placed at the root directory. This means that you have the access to all the necessary configuration files to fix the issue. To summarize, the problem is to identify why the Nginx pod not running in a custom namespace. Use the provided definitions file to fix the issue and make sure that the pod is running correctly. Take on the challenge of solving this question on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck. Okay, so as per the questions, we have to look into the custom namespace for a pod, my nginx pod, which as per the question is not running. Either it's in the error state or in the pending state. So I have to look into that particular pod. So kubectl, I will use the custom namespace. Okay, and the get pod. So it will list all the pod in the custom namespace. So it's in the pending state. So the pod name is my nginx pod as per the questions, and which is in the pending state. So first thing, we need to understand why this in the pending state. For this we need to describe the pod. So whenever there is any questions that is related with the pod is in the error or in the pending state, you need to first describe the pod. From here you need to start the investigation. You don't need to jump onto the kubectl to just understand why the pod is not working. Maybe the kubectl is working fine and some problem with the pod. So you have to first describe the pod. So I am going to describe the pod. Kubectl describe pod, the name of the pod. Okay, let me give the namespace first, custom. Okay, and then describe pod, my nginx pod. Okay, and if you look into this particular pod, you can find that there is a persistence volume is also used in the pod, persistence volume claim. This is fine. And if you look into the warning, the fail scheduling, why the kubectl is not able to make it running this particular pod, you will find that 0 1 means there is a one persistence volume persistence claim, and it's as a 0 there is assignment of 0 nodes are available. So out of there is one nodes and there is 0 nodes available for this particular pod, and the reason is that one persistence volume claim pv claim log is not found. So it looks that either the pvc is not created and it's assigned to that particular pod, or maybe there is some different problem. So we need to first check the pv and the pvc. Also in the questions that it's mentioned and then all the definitions file we keep on the root folder. So we will try to browse that particular things also. So let's clear the screen first. Let's So here you will find that we have the pod.yaml, pv.yaml, and the pvc.yaml. So I think that there is a pvc already exist in the, but there is some problem with the pvc. That's why the pod is not able to utilize that particular pvc, and it's not in the running state. So let me check kubectl get pv. So if you look into that particular thing, the status is bound. Okay, so things looks like that the pv is bounded with the pvc. But when you look into the claim, the pvc is already created, but it's created in the default namespace. So as I already mentioned in my previous videos for the sessions in which we are dealing with the persistence volume and claim, if you didn't have a look on that particular videos, you can go for the better understanding, in which we discussed that the persistence volume claim is namespace thing. So PVC and pod should be exist in the same namespace, and this as per the this description, it looks like the PVC that is created in the default namespace. So this is the problem, I think, with this particular the pod is not in the running state. And what we are going to use, we are going to delete this particular PVC, and we will going to modify that definitions file to use that particular namespace, the custom one, in which we have the already the pod running. So before doing anything, let's check the PVC as well. Get PVC, and it's also bounded, but it's in the default namespace because we are not passing the namespace things, and it's coming from the default, and the PVC is in the, and let me check kubectl In the custom namespace, do we have any PVC or not? Custom get PVC. No, we don't have any name is PVC in the custom namespace. So we have to bring that particular PVC in the custom namespace. So for this, we are going to modify the definitions file. Before that, we need to delete this particular PVC. kubectl get okay, delete PVC. The name of the PVC is PV claim. Okay, we deleted it because we already have the definitions file. We don't need to bother about that. Definitions file is already in place. And let's see the status of PV. kubectl get PV. So you can see that previously the PV is bounded and now it's released. It's not available. So we need to destroy the PV also, because we are going to create PV again and then PVC in the custom namespace to make the things work. So we are going to delete it as well. kubectl delete PV. The name of the PV is my PV log. Okay, so it's also get deleted. Now we have to modify the PVC. So we are going to edit it, pvc.yaml, and here we have to go into the insert mode, and here we have to use our the namespace related thing. So namespace custom, because we have to create a PVC in the custom namespace, not the default namespace, because our pod is running in the custom namespace. So let's save it. Okay, let's look into the PV also. pv.yaml. So PV is fine because it's not namespace related namespaced, because it's always been the part of the default. So there is no problem with the PV. All things looks good. Let's clear the screen. kubectl apply pv.yaml. Okay, PV is created. Let monitor that. kubectl get PV. It's created in the default namespace and its status is available. So we need to bound it. So we are going to apply the PVC definitions file. PVC. Okay, kubectl get PVC, but it will not get any give you any result because we created in the default in the custom namespace. So you can see that there is a bounding between there is already a bound status set for the PVC, and if you check for the PV again, kubectl get PV. So it's also bounded and the claim is from the custom, not from the default. So in this way, you understand that what is the problem. So these types of questions is very simple and they will ask you in the similar way in the CKA exam, and you should understand these particular scenarios, and they will not make it difficult. The things will be very simple, that it's not utilizing, or there is the PVC is all not created in any namespace, so you have to create it. So these types of things they will ask you in the question. Let's see the status of the pod. kubectl custom get pod. So it's now it's in the running state. So identified the problem, we fixed the problem, and now the pod is automatically in the running state because the PVC is now in the custom namespace where we have the pod already. We previously in the pending, now it's in the running state. So this completes this particular lab. CK challenge question 31. This question have the weightage of 4%. Create a multi-container pod named multipod in the development namespace using images, nginx and redis. This question is asking you to create a multi-container pod named multipod in Kubernetes cluster development namespace. The pod should consist of two containers that run images for the popular web server Nginx and a popular in-memory data structure store Redis. A multi-container pod is a Kubernetes object that allows you to group multiple containers into a single logical unit that share the same resources, such as networking and storage volume. In this case, the pod will contain two containers and both containers will run in the same pod. The Nginx container will run the Nginx web server image, which is widely used for serving static files, reverse proxy, and load balancing. The Redis container will run the Redis image, which is commonly used as a caching layer and message broker. The namespace development is a logical grouping of the Kubernetes objects that help to organize the resources in the cluster. It allows multiple teams to work on different projects simultaneously without interfering with each other resources. To summarize, the question is asking you to create multi-container pod named multipod with two containers running Nginx and Redis image in the Kubernetes cluster development namespaces. Take on the challenge of solving the questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck. Okay, so for this question, we have to create a multi-container pod. Name is multi-pod in the development namespace. So first thing we need to check that either the development namespace exists or not. So kubectl get ns. Ns is for namespace, and we don't have the development, so we will create a one. Kubectl create ns. Okay, so we have the development namespace created. Let's clear the screen first. Now we need to create a definitions file for the multi-container pod that will have the container one from you using the Nginx and another using the Redis. So for that we will generate the definition file and we will use it accordingly. So kubectl run the name of the pod multi pod. The image we will define for first one. Image is equal to Nginx, and we will use the dry run is equal to client, and we will output of YAML. So this will give the definitions file. I copy from this locations till this locations. Copy it. Let's clear the screen. Okay, so now I am going to create a file called multipod.yaml. Okay, here we are going to paste it, and the things which is not required just going to remove to have a clear visibility. Okay, we don't require label because nothing in the questions as such. And the container name, I'm also going to change it to the same as we have for the image, because we can't use the same image for the both container. The name of the container Nginx. Okay, and we're going to copy from here, copy it. I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now for the image we are going to use Redis, and the same as the name of the image we are going to use Redis as well. So all things looks good, but one thing is left, that we need to create this multi-pod into the development namespace as per the question. So here we will put a namespace called development. Okay, that's it. This is the simplest question, and we are going to save it and going to apply it. kubectl apply -f, and here we are going to provide the definition file for the multipod.
and it's created. It will take some time. We have to monitor it. kubectl get pod, but not in the default namespace. We have to use the development environment for this. Okay, so it's currently in the creating state. We will have to wait for some time because we can't jump into the other questions till we find it as running. Or maybe there is some problem, then we have to fix it accordingly. So wait for some time. Okay, so now it's in the running state. So we created a multi-container pod and we will try to describe it as well to check all things are in the proper place or not. kubectl, the namespace, development, describe pod. The name of the pod is multi-pod. And here you can see that there will be two containers. The one container is of name Nginx and other is of Redis using the Redis image, and the kind of one the other one is the Nginx image. So perfect, fine. All the things is working accordingly. Let's clear the screen. So we complete this particular lab. Now jumping to the other question.
CKA challenge question 32. This question have the weightage of 7%. A pod named Nginx pod image Nginx in the default namespace is not running. Find the problem and fix it and make it running. This question is related to Kubernetes pod management and troubleshooting. Specifically, it asks you to identify and fix an issue with a pod named Nginx pod that is supposed to be running the Nginx image. The pod is expected to be in the default namespace, which is built in Kubernetes namespace that contain resources created without a namespace specification. However, the pod is currently not running, which means there is an issue that need to be resolved. The task is to identify the root cause of the problem and take the necessary step to fix it so that the pod can start running again. The questions does not provide any additional information about the problem, which means that you will have to investigate the issue yourself. This could involve checking the pod status, log, event, and other relevant information to determine what might be causing the problem. Once you identified the issues, you will need to take the necessary corrective actions to fix the problem and make sure that the pod is running as expected. To summarize, the question is asking you to troubleshoot and fix an issues with the pod name Nginx running the Nginx image in the default namespace and ensure that the pod is running correctly. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
So in this particular questions, if there is a pod called Nginx pod using the image Nginx is not running in the default namespace. So we have to find the problem and fix it and make it running. So let's see either the pod exists or maybe first we have to check it. kubectl get pod. So okay, we have the pod called Nginx pod, which is currently in the pending, not in the error state. So the descriptions of this particular pod, if we check at that, that will be very helpful because it's in the pending or in the error. First point of investigation is to describe this particular pod to find the reason. So we are going to do the same. kubectl describe pod. Name of the pod is Nginx pod. Okay, so in this is the warning, and the kubectl have the message like failed scheduling, default scheduler applied, and there is two node in the and out of it none of the node is available. One node has taint color blue and other pod didn't tolerate. Okay, one node had taint, so both of the taint both of the pod have taint applied, and maybe this is something related with the tolerations because maybe this particular pod don't have the tolerations for any of the node. That's why it's currently in the pending and waiting for the deployment. So if we apply the tolerations for this particular pod, then might be it will be in the running state. So let's clear the screen first. So first we will verify how many nodes we have. So as per the error, we have two nodes. So okay, we have two node, and we have to verify that okay, what is the taint applied means as per the error, both of the node have the taint. So kubectl describe node control plane, and we are going to grep for taint. Okay, this have the taint applied, and what about the node one? This also have the taint applied, but we will not going to deploy anything on the master. This is not a good practice. So we will make the tolerations and make it compatible, this particular pod, to get deploy on the this particular node 01. So we are going to apply the tolerations, but we don't have the definitions file as per the questions. And let me check if we have anything there, but it's not there. And in the question also, it's not mentioned that we have the definitions file in the root or some other places. So we will need to copy the structure or the definitions from the running node. So kubectl get pod. Okay, so we will going to copy these particular things in a file called pod.xml, something like that, and we will remove the things accordingly. But as per the questions, there is only two things that is used, which is the nginx. The name of the pod is the nginx, and the image is nginx. So we can create our own definitions file also, but it's not good practice because maybe there is some other configurations also in the pod. So we have to capture the running pod configurations, and we will then look into what things we can remove and what things we can keep. We can manage the things accordingly. So kubectl get pod, the name of the pod is nginx, output of YAML into a file called pod.yaml. So we will keep all the things in the pod.yaml, all the definitions file for the particular pod, which is currently in the pending state. Let's check either it's created or not. Let's clear the screen. Uh, let's look into the definitions file also. vi pod.yaml, and it's have lots of information, so we need to remove all the things which is not required, and then we will going to go to delete that particular pod. So I'm going to remove one line one by one. Okay, so creating time instant, we don't require label, we will keep. We will not require these all things, so we are going to remove it. It's in the default namespace, so namespace is also not there, I think. API version, these all things not required. Let's remove 10 line. Let's remove 10 more line. Okay, remove it. Name of the pod is required. The default namespace is not required because it will create by default in the default namespace. These all things will not required. Image not required. And all the remaining things I think we don't require. So we're removing all the things, whatever it is. Okay. So now we need to apply the tolerations part, and for this we are going to refer the documentations, and as per the documentation, this is the line which we have to keep, copy, and we are going to use it. Is it here? Container, just paste it and to make it a line also, because otherwise it will complain. Let's move it to a space, to a space. Okay, now schedule is perfectly fine. Equal operator is also fine. The key, we have the color. COLOR. Okay, this is the key and the value is blue. Because we are going to apply this particular pod in the node 1. So we have to meet the tolerations with the tent. Okay, all things looks good. Now we are going to save it. Okay, and now we have to remove delete that particular pod which is currently in the pending state. CTL get pod. So this is the pod in the pending state. QCTL delete pod nginx pod. It will get deleted because it's in the pending state. It's not running. That's why it not take time. Now I'm going to apply QCTL apply pod.yaml and hope this time the pod will be in the running state. So let's monitor it. QCTL pod. It's in the current container creating state. So we will wait for some seconds and probably it will be in the running state. Okay, so now it's in the running state because it's meet the taint that we applied. We applied the tolerations things, which is compatible with the node 1, and we will monitor this as well. And let's clear the screen. So we will monitor it on which node it's get deployed. QCTL get pod of wide. This will give you more option, and here you can find that the nginx pod it's in the running state. This is the IP and it's using the node 01 for the deployment, so it's running on the node 01 worker node. So in this way we complete this particular lab as well.
CKA challenge question 33. This question have the weightage of 5%. Create a new deployment called nginx deploy with image nginx using the tag 1.16 and 8 replica. There are 5 worker nodes in cluster. Make sure no pod will get deployed on 2 worker nodes mentioned below, worker node 1 and worker node 2. Revert any changes that you did in the cluster to make it possible. This question is related to Kubernetes deployment. Kubernetes deployment is a declarative configurations for running and scaling containerized application. The task is to create a new deployment called nginx deploy with the container image nginx using the tag 1.16. This deployment should have 8 replicas. However, there are 5 worker nodes in the cluster and 2 of these worker node 1 and worker node 2, should not receive any pod from this deployment. Therefore, the deployment needs to be created in a way that ensures that the pods are distributed across the remaining 3 worker nodes. Lastly, it is mentioned that any changes made to the cluster during this task should be reverted. This means that the cluster should be restored to its original state once the task is completed. Take on the challenge of solving this question on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solution. Good luck.
So in this particular challenge questions, we have to create a deployment with the name nginx deploy with the image and 8 replica, but there is some problem that we don't need to deploy the pod into the worker node 1 and worker node 2. So this can be achieved in a different way. What we are going to perform, we are going to perform that we will call down that particular nodes, node 1 and node 2. So first verify this. QCTL get node how many nodes we have available. Okay, this is the 5 node cluster as per the question. Okay, so now we are going to cordon for node 1 and node 2. Okay, so this is the temporary, but if you want to be a permanent solutions, then you can apply a tint on the node. Okay, but this is for the exam perspective, CKA exam perspective, and marking the node as a cordon will be a very easy and faster way. Okay, you see it here, cordon worker node 1, you see it here, cordon worker node 2 as well, as per the question. You see it here. So you can see that the status is ready, but the scheduling is disabled. So there is no chance that the pod will get deployed into the worker node 1 and worker node. Now we are ready to do a deployment with whatever suggested in the question. So you can use the imperative way also, and the declarative. It's depend upon the you. If you are preparing for the CK exam, and this is the question in the exam, then you should have to be familiar with the imperative command. That is the faster approach. But in the organizations in which you are working, always use declarative. Imperative way is not a good approach. Okay, so I'm using the imperative way, and also suggesting you how you can use the declarative way as well. QCTL create deployment. What is the name of the deployment? Is Nginx. It's Nginx deploy. Okay, what is the name of the image? It is Nginx tag is 1.16. It's have the replica of it. Okay, so this is the thing that you have to create a deployment. The name of the deployment is Nginx deploy. Image that you are going to use is 1.16, and you have to create the 8 replica. Let me copy this so that we can use it further. If you want to create use it through the declarative way, then you have to put here the try client, try run is equal to client, and for output of element, put the replicas. I think okay, so this will give you the specifications file. You can copy till here. Okay, and create a YAML file and do a deployment. But I'm using the imperative way, and which is good for the exam as well. So I'm pasting the copied command. Okay, so I think I did some mistake. No issues. I copy it again so that I don't have to write it all the command again. Let me write it here till here. Copy, and then I'm going to paste it here. So this is the imperative here, kubectl create deployment. Name of the deployment. The image that we are going to use is 1.16. The replica is 8. Sorry, again the same mistake. We haven't seen here the word replicas. Okay. So it will create a deployment. Now I'm going to check it. Get deployment. So you can see that currently none of the deployment is ready. Okay. Let me put watch. So you can see that the code of now the 8 out of 8 is ready. Let me connect this. Let's see here. Get pod. Okay, so all the pod is currently running 8 by 8. Okay, now I'm going to check it. using the wide options. So you can see that none of the pod get deployed into worker node 1 and worker node 2. So it looks fine as per the question. And the question is also asking to revert any changes that I did in the cluster. So now I'm going to uncorden it to CTL, uncorden worker node 1 and CTL uncorden worker node 2 CTL get no. Okay, so you can see that worker node 1 and worker node 2 is now in the ready state. So you can schedule any pod. So I reverted my changes, but currently all the pod uh, is deployed into all the worker node except 1 and 2. Okay, so this fulfills this question.
CKA challenge question 34. This question have the weightage of 5%. Create a replica set, name, web pod, image that we have to use of Nginx, tag is 1.16, replica count is 3. There already a pod running in the cluster as well. Please make sure that total count of pod running into a cluster is not more than 3 for a particular namespace. This question is related to managing containerized application using Kubernetes, a popular container orchestration tool. Specifically, it is asking you to create a replica set object in Kubernetes with certain specification. A replica set is a Kubernetes object that ensure a specified number of identical pods are running at all the times. In this case, you are being asked to create a replica set with the name web pod and image of Nginx 1.16. The replica set should have 3 replica, which means that 3 identical pods running the Nginx 1.16 image will be created and managed by the replica set. However, the question also has the requirement that the total count of pods running in the cluster should not be more than 3. This means that if there are already a pod in the cluster before you create the replica set, you must ensure that the total number of pods running in the cluster, including the one created by the replica set, does not exceed the 3. Overall, this question is testing your knowledge and ability to create and manage the Kubernetes object, specifically replica set, and your understanding of resource management in the Kubernetes cluster. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for the solutions. Good luck. Okay, so in this question we have to create a replica set. The name of the replica set is webpod and the image that we have to use is the Nginx, tag is 1.16 and the replica is 3. But there, as per the question, there is already a pod running in the cluster, so we need to verify it first. QCTL get pod. Okay, so one pod is already running and we have to create a replica set for the and the 3 replicas we have to create. But as per the questions, finally the total count of the pod will be in the cluster is only 3, not more than that. So we have to you know that the replica sets have the matching selecting criteria as per the labels. As per the label, replica set identified which particular pod is associated with the which replica sets. Okay, so we have to either we changed this particular demo pod as per the replica set, or we will build a replica set as per this demo pod using the label. So better we will create a replica set by looking into the labels that is already defined for the demo pod. So for this, kubectl get pod, so labels. So you can see that we have to create a replica set with app is equal to web. Okay, so when we create a replica set with the 3 replica using this label, this particular pod will be managed by the replica set only. Okay, so in that case, the replica set, we create a replica set for the 3 replicas, but finally replica set will create only 2 replica, and this one it includes into that particular replica set. So all the 3 pods
2 that is created by the replica set, and 1 this is already exists will be the part of the replica set. So finally we have 3. Let's see how we can do it. So I created one file here. This is the rs file. So you can see that this is the replica sets. You already familiar with all these things, the API version kind, and here you can see that I'm using the replica set my rs. Okay, so this is the replica set. For this we can change it to the as per the questions, that is the web pod. Okay, so we modified it, but for the labels this doesn't make any sense. This is the label for the replica set, but these two, one is the matching label and other one is the pod that is the part of that particular replica set. This both should match always. Okay, and why we assign this label web is equal to app is equal to web, because we have already a pod which have the app is equal to web. So when we create a replica set, this particular pod which is currently standalone will be the part of the replica set. Okay, so now I'm going to deploy it. kubectl apply -f rs. Okay, so replica set get created. kubectl get rs. This is the short code of the replica sets. Okay, there might be some problem with the cluster. So previously we didn't get any output, and currently we are getting desired is 3. Okay, because we defined the 3 replica set here. Okay, so by this particular manifest file, 3 pods will be the part of this particular replica sets. Okay, so now I'm going to see how much pod it gets created. kubectl get pod. So you can see that this 2 pod gets created by the replica sets, and this one is also now is the part of the replica sets. If I remove this one, okay, then it will automatically, replica set will automatically create a 1 pod, or either any of the pod I will remove it from this environment, and automatically replica set will create. So all the 3 pods will be now the part of the replica sets and managed by the same replica sets. Okay, because we handle it through the labels, and only this way the replica set identify its own pod. Okay, so I think we successfully completed this lab, and now we don't have to do any changes. We need to just come back from that particular cluster to look into the other questions.
CKA challenge question 35. This question have the weightage of 5%. There are 3 nodes in the cluster. Create daemon set, name, mypod, image, nginx on each node except one node, worker node 3. This question is related to managing containerized application using Kubernetes, a popular container orchestration tool. Specifically, it is asking you to create a daemon set object in Kubernetes with certain specification. A daemon set is a Kubernetes object that ensures that a copy of pod is running on every node in a cluster. In this case, you are being asked to create a daemon set with the name mypod and image nginx on all the node except one specific node, that is worker node 3. The cluster in this question consists of 3 worker node 1, 2 and 3 respectively. Your task is to create the daemon set that deploy a pod with an nginx image on each of the first 2 nodes but not on the third node. This means that 2 replica of the pod will be created, one on each first 2 nodes, and no replica will be created on the third node. To accomplish this task, you will need to create a Kubernetes manifest file that defines the daemon set object with the given specifications. You will also need to ensure that the manifest file specifies the appropriate selector and node selector to target only the first 2 nodes and exclude the third one. Overall, this question is testing your knowledge and ability to create and manage Kubernetes object, specifically daemon set, and your understanding of node selections in the Kubernetes cluster. Take on the challenge of solving this question on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
So in this question, the challenge number 3, there is 3 nodes. Let's verify it. QCTL. Get node. So we have 3 worker node available here. We have to create a daemon set. Okay, the name of the daemon set is my pod, and the image that we have to use is of Nginx. The daemon set have the functionality that it will create a single pod in each of the node, but as per the questions we have to restrict it for a particular worker node 3. Okay, so in that case we will apply a taint. Only this we have comes in the mind when we are creating. We are restricting a particular pod to be get deployed into a particular node. So we will going to apply a taint, and then we will create a daemon set, and then we are going to deploy a daemon set so that it can deploy a pod in each of the node except the worker node 3. So to apply a taint, qctl taint node worker node 3, and you can mark it taint as with any of the key value, like for example environment is equal to qa. Okay, so the taint now get applied. You can verify it as well. CTL describe node worker node 3, and then you can grep the keyword taint. So this will give you the information. So taint is already applied into that worker node. So now we have to create a daemon set. Okay, so I already have a manifest file. We created the specification file for the daemon set. You can see it's similar as the deployment. The only thing is that we can change the key, and the kind is the daemon set here. Okay, and all the places are labeled. The name of the pod is the same. It will also have the selector matching labels, so that it will by this basis is identified that we have to create a single pod only, and we don't have the replica because by default it's have the one replica, so that it can deploy into a single node, a single pod. Okay, so we have already applied the taint. The image we are using Nginx as per the question, and the name of the container is also Nginx. So now I am going to deploy it. Ls, I will copy the name here. QCTL apply -f. I'm not pasting the daemon set. So it will create a daemon set except the worker node 3, because we already applied a taint for the worker node 3. QCTL get ds, the short form of the daemon set. So you can see that it applied, created only 2. So desired is now 2, because we have the 3 worker node, but 1 worker node have the taint applied. So now the desired is 2, current is 2, ready is 2, and available is 2. So let's verify it. Get pod worldwide. This gives us the node information. So you can see that the work pod, which is the part of the daemon set, okay, get applied, get deployed into the worker node 1, worker node 2, and not in the worker node 3 as per the question. So this fulfills that.
CKA challenge question 36. Generate a file CKA007.txt with details about the available size of all the nodes in a Kubernetes cluster using a custom column. Format as mentioned below. This question have the weightage of 5%. This question is asking you to create a file named CKA007.txt that contains informations about the available memory and available CPU of all the node in a Kubernetes cluster. The information should be presented in a custom column format, which means that you will need to define the format and content of the columns. To complete this task, You will need to gather informations about the node in the cluster and extract the available memory and CPU informations for each node. The available memory refers to the amount of the memory that is not currently being used by any processes, while the available CPU refers to the amount of CPU resources that are not currently being used. Once you have gathered the necessary informations, you will need to format it in a way that meets the requirement of the custom column format. This may involve defining a specific columns and their contents such as node name, the amount of available memory, and the amount of available CPU. The resulting file should be named as CKA007.txt and should contain all the relevant informations in the specific custom column format. This file can then be used to provide insight into the resources uses of the nodes in the Kubernetes cluster, which can be helpful for troubleshooting and optimization purposes. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first. But if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for the solutions. Good luck.
So this is my EKS cluster. So let me execute the query kubectl get node. So you can see that we have only 2 nodes available, and these are the informations we get when we simple write a command kubectl get node. The name which we are going to provide in this case as well. The status, this is not required. The roles not required. The age and the version is not required. So what is required? We need to provide the allocated available memory and the available CPU. With name, we required only 2 informations, and we need to write that information into a file. Okay, so we are going to look into the JSON path, that how we are going to build the custom column, okay, using all those informations of the JSON path. So for that, kubectl get node, okay, output of JSON. We are going to see all the details, so it will provide me the informations about all the nodes. Currently we have only 2, so I'm going at the top. Here you have some informations like in the metadata. Okay, so in the metadata we will have the name available. Okay, so you can see that we will get the name of the node from this place. Okay, this is fine. And regarding the available memory, okay, so if you scroll a little bit, you will find the allocated memory. This is the capacity that you allocate, okay, and this is the current status. So we will pick the memory part from this place, okay, and the CPU part from this place. So now its scene is clear that we have to use the allocate. This will come under the status. Okay, so we are going to write our query to get all these informations. First we will display it, and then if it is satisfactory, then we will write into a file. Okay, so let's start kubectl get node output of, we are going to use the custom column. Okay, and the first field is name. So name will be capital as defined in the requirement. So in the browser it will take some time to get rendered. Sometimes it's slow. After that we will write colon, and then we will use the metadata. Okay, metadata, under metadata we have name. We already seen that. Okay, and the second column will be without any space available memory. Okay, and again the column, and this will come from the status. Okay, and allocatable, spelling is correct, allocatable dot memory. Okay, this is fine. And now The third column will be label CPU. Okay, again column dot. We have to check the command again. Dot we are using at each places. Okay, now again the status dot table. Okay, dot CPU. Okay, so this is the command we written to get our desired result. Okay, when we click on the enter, if we have to see either the output is coming as per our requirement or not. So you can see that we are able to fetch for both the nodes and the available memory, whatever the available memory, whatever the available CPU for both the node is coming fine. Okay, so now it's time to write into the file. Okay, so we can write it very easily. CKA 007.txt. Okay, so we return it in a file. Let me cat it to just to verify the details, either it's written in a file or not. CKA 00 or just press tab button. So you can see that the whatever the requirement in this particular question, we are able to achieve it. And now we are come back from the cluster and jump into the other questions.
CK challenge question 37. This question have the weightage of 7%. Create a pod nginx k8s using image nginx and init container git k8s with image alpine/git. Volume mount path of the main container /user/share/nginx/html. Nginx index.html needs to be override with shared volume. Index.html file cloned from the below path. This question is asking you to create a Kubernetes pod named nginx k8s using the nginx image as the main container and an alpine/git image as the init container. The main container should be mount a shared volume at the path /usr/share/nginx/html and the init container should be cloned as index.html file from the specified GitHub repository and override the default index.html file that comes from the nginx image. To complete this task, you will need to create a Kubernetes YAML manifest file that defines the nginx k8s pod, including the main container, init container and the volume mount configuration. The main container should use the nginx image and mount a shared volume at the /user/share/nginx/html path. This will allow the init container to override the default index.html file with the cloned version from the specified GitHub repository. The init container should use the alpine/git image and clone the index.html file from the specified GitHub repository. The init container should then mount the shared volume and override the default index.html file. After you have created the Kubernetes YAML manifest file, you can use the kubectl command to apply the configurations and create the nginx k8s pod. Once the pod is running, you can verify the index.html file has been overwritten by checking the context of the shared volume mount path in the main container. This task is useful for creating a customized nginx deployment in a Kubernetes cluster and can be extended to include additional customizations and configuration options. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encountered any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
Okay friends, so we are using the EKS cluster. So you can see that we have the EKS client from where we are passing all the commands, and these are the two nodes. Okay, so let me connect the EKS client. So I am using the AWS console window for the connections as well. And this is the page which we are going to override. So it's placed into the GitHub in the same locations, okay, and we are going to use it. Okay, so if you go into the KTS Nginx, we have the index.html file available. Okay, so if you look into the index.html file, it has some content that we are going to override with the default Nginx HTML page. Okay, so EC2 instance get connected. Now we are going to root, just change the root. Okay, we log in with the root user. Okay, so now we are going to create a file, the pod file, which we have the requirement as per the questions. We have two container, one is the main and one is another one is the init container, and we are using the mount to do all the stuff. Okay, so let do it. We will call it pod.yaml. So here we are going to go into the insert mode, and after that we are going to use the same as we did previously many times for the creation of the pod. So API version will be v1 and kind will be the pod. Okay, p will be the capital. I think you are all are familiar with all these things. Metadata. Okay, so here we are going to name our container. Okay, so name will be Nginx KTS. Okay, so this will be the name of our pod. Okay, and the main container name will be exactly same. Okay, so and then specifications, we have container. This will contain the main image, main container, you can say containers, and which have the image of Nginx. Okay, and the name will be same as the name of the pod. Okay, port it's not mentioned, but by default we can provide if you want. This is something extra that we are doing. By default it goes with the 80 port only. But it will be good to have a port declarations as well. Okay, now volume mounts. Okay, mount path as mentioned in the question, USR share Nginx HTML. Okay, and the name of the volume it's not mentioned in the question, you can name it accordingly like my data. Okay, now for the init container, init containers, we have the name as mentioned in the question, git KTS. Okay, and the image that we are going to use is the alpine for it. And we are going to use some commands in the Kubernetes. It's called args, just to clone it. Okay, so what we are going to use, we are going to use the clone. Okay, using single branch The path will be, I need to copy it. Okay, and let's go into the data. Okay, so this is fine. For the volume mount, for init container, mount path data, as I already mentioned, name will be same. Okay, and for the volumes, name we are using my data empty dir. Let's save it, apply it, CTL, apply -f pod.yaml. So if all goods, then it will create successfully. Let kubectl get pod. So init container will initiate first. So it's currently running. It's deployed all the things into the environment very fast because we have the Nginx available in my system. That's why. So let's go into the container. Okay, kubectl execute interactive command with the Nginx KTS. Using the browser, sometimes it's slow. When you type, it will render, will take some time. Using the bash. So I'm inside the container, inside the, you can say inside the pod. So now I'm going to the main container. Okay, we are going to cd the path, user, share, nginx, html. We are going to ls. We have the index.html page. Let's get it. So you can see that we have the available content. Like, please don't forget to subscribe my channel. This is the same as we have here. So from the remote locations, we bring a file to our local system using the shared volume. We placed it at this particular locations. You can test it by using the curl command also. When you can deploy a pod, testing pod in the any of the node, and then you can ping this particular pod IP. You can test it in this way as well. You can jump into the particular pod for the main container, and then you can browse that particular path for the file location and browse that particular file. You can test in both ways.
CKA challenge question 38. This question have the weightage of 5%. Create a deployment with the below information mentioned in the table using the provider file deployment.yaml at location/root. There are some typo in the file that need to be fixed accordingly and create the deployment successfully in default namespace. All the information is listed below in the table format. Deployment name Nginx deployment, image Nginx latest tag, container port 80, replicas 3. This question is asking you to create a Kubernetes deployment name Nginx deployment using a YAML manifest file located at /root/deployment.yaml. The manifest file contains information about the deployment configurations, but there are some typos that need to be fixed in order for the deployment to be created successfully in the default namespace. To complete this task, you will need to open the provided YAML file and identify any error or typo in the configuration. Specifically, you need to ensure that the Nginx image is specified correctly with the latest tag. The container port is set to 80 and the number of replicas is set to 3. The deployment.yaml file likely include a spec section that defines the desired state of the deployment. These sections may include details about the number of replicas, the container image and command and other configuration options. After you have corrected any typo in the deployment.yaml file and ensure that it matches the requirement listed in the question, you can use kubectl apply command to create the deployment in the default namespace. Once the deployment is created, you can use the kubectl get command to verify the deployment in the running as expected with 3 replicas of Nginx container. This deployment can be useful for deploying and scaling Nginx application in the Kubernetes cluster. Additionally, configuration options can be added to the deployment YAML file to further customize the deployment, such as adding the environment variable, specifying the resource request and limit, and configuration liveness and readiness probes. Take on the challenge of solving these questions on your own first, but if you encounter any difficulty in solving it, refer the next video for solutions. Good luck.
Okay, so we are using the EKS cluster for our demonstration, and this is the EKS client. We have the two nodes which have the instance type of file large. Okay, and the client is running on the T2 micro. Okay, just want to access the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so pwd, we are currently in the root directory ls. We have the deployment.yaml file as mentioned in the question. So we have to first look into it. Let me cat it. So here you can find the specifications file that we are going to use. The API version is apps/v1. So I find some typo here as well. Okay, the kind and the deployment. Here also some informations related with the typo. Okay, so let me try to deploy it. You will find it some problem here. kubectl apply -f and then the deployment file. So it's creating the problem, but the details are not provided that what is the problem in the file. But at a first instance, we identified some problem, and the selector name also I see some problem here. Match level is fine, but apps and app both have some problem here. Okay, it should be same. Whatever the level you are using, you have to match it, because it will go into the same replica sets. Okay, whatever the replica we are creating, the replica's name is fine. Cat the file again. Before doing any changes, I just want to monitor it, and we have the imperative command to just generate the deployment file. So I'm going to use it. So kubectl create the deployment, and then we will verify it. What is the name of the file of the deployment? It's Nginx. Okay, and the image that we are going to use is Nginx, and the tag is the latest one. Okay, then the replica is of 3. The port will be, as per the question, we have to use 80, which is also a default for the Nginx. Dry run is equal to client and output of YAML. So it will provide me the description of the
a specification of the deployment, so we can match it very easily. So here the API version looks good. Okay, the apps, the A should be a small and the V should be a small here. The kind have the also problem, it should be a small, and the deployment it should be have the capital, the first letter should be capital. The metadata is fine, the name Nginx deployment is fine, the specification is fine, the selector replicas spelling is fine, and it is on the same label. Selector, it should be O here, not E. This we have to change it. And the apps, as I already mentioned, it should be same at both the place. So we are going to use both the things as same. And the specifications, the container spelling is also correct. And at the same level, name is Nginx, the image is Nginx latest. All are fine. Ports, and the ports, the container port, here it is, P should be capital. Okay, so we identified here the 5 problems and we are going to fix it. Okay, so vi deployment.yaml file, I will go into the insert mode, and here I am going to change the first the spelling mistake. It should be V should be small and the A should be small as well. Okay, for the deployment D it should be capital and the kind should be small. After that, metadata we don't see any problem. Selector, definitely here we have to use O here. Selector, match level is fine. We are going to remove the apps. We are going to use the same app Nginx at both the places. Replicas is fine. Template, don't see any problem here. Container spelling is also fine. Containers, name Nginx, image latest, ports, and here the spelling of port, it should be capital P. All things looks good. Going to save it. So this is the simplest way in case you want to check the typo. You just compare it by generating the deployment specification file by using the imperative command. Okay, so let me catch it again. Deployment.yaml, apps, spelling is correct, kind small, D capital, selector spelling already changed, the match labels both are same, replicas 3, template okay, specification containers have the name Nginx and the image we are using correctly, ports, container port 80. Okay, it looks good. Now I'm going to apply it. kubectl apply using the file deployment. Okay, so it's created successfully. Let's verify it. kubectl get deployment. Okay, we have the one deployment and it's ready 3 by 3. Let's check it, the replica set as well. kubectl get rs. Okay, the desired is and desired, current and ready, all are 3. Okay, kubectl get pod. Okay, so all the pods are running, so you can see that our deployment is running fine. So in this way we can remove all the typo error by comparing. So this is trick, you can say, for the just referring the what is the typo in the file. Hello friends, welcome to the CKA challenge question 39. My name is Alok Kumar and today we are going to see a new challenge question for the CKA exam. So according to the question, one deployment, name of the deployment is web1 with 2 replica is already running on 2 nodes. So there might be many nodes and one pod is currently running on a single nodes and other on the different node. So you need to deploy a new deployment using the file name web2.yaml. So one deployment is already there which is currently running on the 2 nodes, 2 pod running on the 2 nodes, 1 pod, 1 node, and other deployments that we need to create using the web2.yaml file, and that file is already placed in the root folder. So your task is to ensure that web2 deployment is running. So when we deployed the web2 deployment, okay, so in the file we need to see that what configurations this particular YAML file have, how many replica it's going to create. But as per the question, it asking us to use the web2.yaml file, and after the deployment web2.deployment is running, means whatever the replica it have, 1 2 4 6, whatever it is, all should be in the running mode. So none of the pod is currently in the pending state after deploying that file. So you are not allowed to delete any existing pods. So there are already 2 pods running in a 2 nodes, so you are not allowed to delete them. Okay, so this line creates a questions that why they are asking me to not delete the existing pod. Are we are going to face any memory issue or some scheduler issue? Okay, because kube scheduler is the responsible for deploying of the pod, so it's asking me to deploy the web2 deployment, whatever the replica, whatever the resource utilizations is it's currently have. So we have to check that YAML file as well. So it's asking me also to not modify any existing configuration in the provided file. So whatever the file have the existing configurations, whatever the resource it's going to utilize, we don't need to modify any configuration, but we can add, we can see how can we manipulate the things at my end to make the web2 deployment file in the running mode. Okay, it's not talking about any things about the web1 deployment that it will be in the running mode or in the goes into the pending state. It's not asking me about anything, it's just asking me not to delete that existing pod. Okay, so we need to check web2.yaml file, okay, very carefully, and we need to deploy that web2.yaml file and then see the complexity of that. Why I am saying this not a simple question, because it have the weightage of 7%. If we have to deploy a simple deployment file using the web2, then it should have the weightage of 4%. But looking into the weightage, it looks something complex is going to happen. So we will look into this, how we can going to overcome this issue and what challenges we are facing. So going to the lab session for the demonstration of this question, how we can going to solve it in easy way. Okay, and if you have any other suggestions that any workaround for this, then you can put in the comment section as well after looking into the solutions. Okay. Before jumping to the lab session, let me show you my playlist that I created for the Kubernetes. So you can see the 7 video for the troubleshooting is already there. And in the 0 to Hero series, you can find around 10 hours of the Kubernetes video that is for the CKA exam. So that is a very lengthy video where we are going, I'm discussing about all the topics of the CKA. And this is the full CKA question set with lab. It have the 38 questions with all the complexity, but this is the paid one. Okay, so I currently have many of the paid memberships. It have the very minimum charges that you can use to utilize for the looking into the questions, how difficult the CKA exams is and how we can troubleshoot the questions accordingly. Also we have several questions that is free for the Kubernetes. Okay, so I also put 17 questions with all the solutions, that is the free video for the CKA exam. Also you can find here the videos for the CKA exam questions where we have the 17 questions that I already make it free for all the guys. So now jumping to the lab session for the demonstration. So this is my EKS cluster where I am using the EKS client to connect with the cluster. So let me connect it with. So you can see that the connection is established. So I am zooming it little bit to have a more clarity. Okay. So it's talking about there is currently one deployments, kubectl get deployment. So according to the question, we have one deployment with two replica, kubectl get pod. Okay, two pod is running, that is also correct. Okay, and we can look into the deployments. It's 2 by 2. Okay, and both are available, so both are running. You can understand it. kubectl get pod output of void. You can see here that both are currently running in 2 nodes. We have 2 node cluster, and both the pod is currently running on a separate. So this is also fine. So we have currently one deployment and two pod, and both are running in a different nodes. This is fine. Okay, so let me ls pwd. We are currently in the root folder. Okay, and we have two files, web.yaml, that is from which the current deployment is running, and web2.yaml. So let look into the web2.yaml. Okay, so this is the deployment file with the name web2. It's also have two replica. Okay, and it's using the nginx image with a latest tag, and the resources it utilizing this one. Okay, so let's first deploy this deployment and see the complexity. Okay, kubectl get pod, apply using the file web2. So it's deployed kubectl get deployment, or you can see simply the pod. So you can see the web1 is running fine, but web2 goes into the pending state. So why is it? So let me describe it. kubectl describe pod and the name of pod. Okay, so here we have the description. This it's failed to schedule. Okay, default scheduler is handling it, and G2 nodes are there, but 0 nodes are available. Okay, so none of the cube scheduler is not able to deploy the pod into any of the nodes. So cube scheduler is working. This means that there is no problem with the cube scheduler because it's working. The default scheduler is currently working. 2 is insufficient CPU. Okay, 2 insufficient memory. So it have problem with the memory and the CPU that we are utilizing. So node 1 and node 2 don't have the capacity to take any of the node of this particular resource type. Okay, so cat web 2. So we are using the memory of 0.9 gigabyte, and CPU is of 400. So it don't have any capacity, but according to the questions, we have to make the web2 deployment runnable. Okay, we are not going to do any of the modifications. So there is a memory issue with the pods, and to deploy a web2 deployments running, we have to use the priority class. If you didn't refer my video on the priority class, there I discussed about more details what is the priority class and what we are going to utilize it. So we have to associate this deployment with the priority class. So let me see how many priority class it's currently have. This cluster have the priority class. So kubectl get pc short code of the priority class. So currently it have 2, and that is the system one. So we are not going to play with the system priority class. We have to create our own. So I am going to the Kubernetes documentations, and here I am writing priority class, that how can we going to utilize it. So here we have the priority class, and I have to check how to use it. Okay, so this is the priority class that I'm going to utilize. I'm going to copy all the code and going to and put it in a file. Okay, and then from here I'm copying it and I am going to create a one file pc.yaml and going to paste it here. Okay, so this will create a priority class with name high priority. Okay, and all the things, the description part you can modify accordingly, like going into the insert mode, and here I can use this priority class would be used for high priority workloads. Okay, and let me save it. ls and now going to deploy it. So it created the priority class kubectl get pc. So you can see the priority class is now created, and now our main task is to utilize this priority class with the deployment. So I am going to update my file vi web2, because after that when the priority class is associated with the deployments, that particular deployment have the priority, and the existing pod will goes into the pending state because we don't have the space in the both the node. So but we have to make it running the web2 pod as per the questions. So let me refer the documentation again, how can we utilize it. So here you can see the priority class in the same level, container class, the priority class we have to use the priority class name as a high priority. Okay, so I am cutting this part and I am going to use it accordingly. Okay, so high priority is my priority class name. So I am going here till end, and here I am going to insert. Okay, so now I am going to save it. Currently we have two deployment running. Okay, so kube get deployment, and you can see the web2 deployment is not running, it's in the pending mode, so I need to delete it. kubectl delete deployment, which one? Web2. I am not going to do anything for the web1. Okay, it's deleted. Let me verify it. So we have one deployment. Okay, and web2 deployment we already do the modifications. Web2, what we did, we added the priority class name as high priority. Okay, why we added it? Because we have a high priority class already there, kubectl get pc. So you can see the high priority priority class is already there that we are utilizing in the deployment file. Okay, now it's time to deploy. ctl apply -f pc, no, sorry, web2. Okay, it's deployed. kubectl get deployment. So you can see that now the web2 have the two pods currently running, and web1 don't have any pod running. So it's because it goes into the pending state, we don't have enough memory, and we prioritize the web2 deployment to deploy and make it both the pod running. Okay, so kubectl pod. So here you can see that both the web2 pod is currently running and web1 goes into the pending state. So this is what the question asking us to do. We didn't change any configurations. We also not deleted the web1 any of the pod, and we make web2 pod running, so using the priority class. If you have any other workaround, any solution, other solutions for this problem, please let me know in the comment section. I will try to make a video on that as well, and it will be beneficial for other person who don't know about those different workaround. Okay, so that's for this video. If you like my video, please subscribe to my channel and share it with your friends as well. This always motivate me. And put your something you have in mind in the comment section. I will try to answer it. Thank you for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello and welcome to this CKA challenge question 40. My name is Alok Kumar, and today we are going to discuss a new challenge question for the CKA exam having the weightage of 5%. So we provided several test questions on the CKA exam, and I received a very good response from different social media platform, either it is a Facebook, LinkedIn or YouTube channel. So people when get certified in the CKA exam, they tagged me on the LinkedIn or they messaged me through the Facebook or through different social media platform after the successful completions, and my actually videos help me him to have a better understanding how the questions asked in the CKA exam and how you can tackle the difficulties of the question and how you can resolve in the time management. So now we are going to look into the new questions that says about creating a new service account handler in the namespaces project test. So you have to first verify either the project test is exist in the environment or not before creating the service account. If you don't know about the service accounts, you can consider it as a non-human account in the Kubernetes. That is called a service account. It's provide a distinct identity in a Kubernetes cluster. The pod, the system component, entitled inside and outside the cluster can be used as the service account credentials to identify that as a service account. Okay, so this identity is useful in various situations, including the authentication to the API servers or implementing the identity based security policies. So this is the definition of the security service account. After that, the question saying about to create a role and role binding, both have the same name, handler. Okay, these should allow the new service account that you created to only create secrets. So you have to use the verb, and for that you have to use the resources type. What is the resources type you have to allow for the creating of the secrets and the config maps in that namespace only. Okay, so this have the complexity of 5% because you should know about all the syntax. Either you are using imperative way or declarative way to create a resources. So imperative way will be faster, so you have to use several things, like you have to create a namespaces. If it not exist, you have to create a service account, the role, the binding, and all these things you have to use through the imperative way to make the performance faster in the exam, because we have to do the time management as well, because in the exam you will have around 14 to 17 questions depend upon the set that they assign to you, and you have to complete it within the 2 hours. Okay, so each questions will you have to need to handle in a different clusters. So now jumping to the lab session for the demonstration. Okay, so this is my EKS environment where I have the EKS client that I am using to connect with the EKS cluster. Okay, so currently I am connected with the EKS. Okay, so kubectl get ns. This is the ns is the short code of namespaces. So currently we don't have the namespaces that is mentioned in the question, the project test. So we have to create a namespace first, okay, where we have to perform all the things. Kubectl create ns. I'm again using the short code. You can use the namespace as well. Project test. So this is the namespace that we are currently creating, okay. So namespace is get created. Let's verify it. So you can find that the project test is now created 5 seconds ago, okay. So this is the new namespace that we created, okay. So now we have to create a service account, okay. That service account name is handler in the namespace project test, okay. So kubectl create SA. This is the short code of the service account. Name is handler, okay, and the namespace we are going to use as a project test. We just created it, okay. So kubectl get SA, where in the namespace project test. We are just verifying either it is created or not. It's better good to have all the information before processing, okay. So we created default is the default means in any space namespace, when you create a new space, or you can use in the default namespace, you have the service account with the default already exist. So we created handler, okay. Now I am going to create a role, okay. So let me verify either we have any role in the namespace, because we already created a new namespace. So whatever we have in the we have the default one, so no need to verify. We just going to create a new role handler, okay, and there we have to use the verb to create, and the resource we are going to use as a secret and config map in the namespace of the project dash test, okay. So kubectl create role, okay, name is handler. The verb is equal to create, okay, and the resource we are going to use secret and config map, okay, in namespace project okay. So you can see that it's get created here, okay. And now what I am going to use, now I am going to create a role binding with the same name handler, and then we are going to use the role that I created with the handler. We are going to assign it, okay. So kubectl create role binding, okay, name is handler, role, what we created the role with the name the handler, and service account, the name of the namespace is project test, and the name is handler. Inside the namespace project test. So this will create a role binding, okay. So role binding is currently created. Now we have to check, can I perform the create secrets or create config using this role in a namespace project.test. So we need to verify it as well before leaving the cluster for the other questions. So kubectl auth can I create secrets as, where we are going to use the system and colon service account and then the namespace project test, after that handler, and then in the namespace project test. So this command will give you yes or no, so that you can know that I am eligible, I am authenticated to perform the create secret, okay, using this service account. So you can see the message is coming as yes. You can check it for this config map as well, because we created the verb is create for the resources secret and config map. So we can verify it for the config map as well. So you can see it's I'm allowed, I'm authenticated for creating a config map as well. But let me change it for the other resources, which is not allowed, I think, because we didn't provided the resources like deployment. So you will find the message no, we are not allowed, we are not authenticated to create a deployment. So in this way you can tackle these types of problem in the CKA exam. So hope you like my video. If you didn't subscribe my channel yet, please subscribe it. It always motivate me, and share it with your friends as well. Have a nice day. Thank you. Hello and welcome to the CKA challenge question 41. This question have the weightage of 5%. My name is Alok Kumar and today we are going to see the new challenge question for the CKA exam preparation. So this question says use the namespace project test for the following. So you have to check either this particular namespace exists. If not, then you have to create it. Create a daemon set named dstest with image httpd 2.4 alpine. So this is the tag of the httpd, and the labels that you have to use is dstest and uuid. So this is a simple labels. They just provided you to utilize this label for the creation of the daemon sets. The pod it creates should request 12 millicore CPU. So this is the resource utilizations, whatever the request you have to put for the resource creations, and the 12 maybe byte for the memory. The pod run on all the nodes. So if you don't know about the daemon set, you can refer my videos on the daemon sets. Because whenever you create a daemon set, it will automatically apply to all the nodes without removing the taint. So there is some conditions, like if you don't know about the taint, you can refer my video on the taint as well to have a more clarity. Okay, so it means that the some of the nodes have the taint applied. So we have to apply the daemon set with the tolerations. Okay, so we are going to see in the lab section how to resolve these issues in a very less time. Okay, so this is my EKS client and we are using the client to connect with the EKS cluster. So first verify how many nodes we have. kubectl get node. So currently we have 2 nodes. And what about the namespace? kubectl get ns. So we have the 4 default namespaces, but for according to the question, we have to create a namespace with the name project test. kubectl create ns project okay. So this namespace got created. Okay, now we have to check we have the two nodes. Okay, so in how many nodes we have the taint applied? For this qctl, you can describe one by one as well, each of the nodes to check for the taint applied or not, but we have some imperative commands. Describe node or nodes. Okay, and then we are using the grep command. Okay, and here I am using a5. So whenever the taint, this I am searching for the taint. So whenever the taints label is found for a particular node in the descriptions, it will bring all the 5 things, means the next 5 line of the context. Okay, so which might include other relevant informations like node status or label. So we want to see till 5 line. Okay, 5 line when it find the taint information in the description. So that's why I mentioned here. So you can see that it's bringing, whenever it's find the taint, it bringing the 5 lines, 1 2 3 4 5 for each of the nodes. I have 2 nodes in my cluster, and so you can see for a particular node, first node the taint is applied, for second node we don't have any taint applied. So that is fine. If you don't know about the taint and tolerations, you can use my previous video on it. Okay, so taint are applied to node to prevent the pod. Okay, just to prevent the pod from being scheduled onto them unless those pod have the matching tolerations. This is very useful for reserving a node for a specific workload, or restrictive type of pod can be run on that particular node for that purpose as well. Okay, so we applied these types of informations. Okay, so now I am going to write a YAML file for the daemon set, but this time I am not using the imperative because I have to add several labels inside it. So I am using a declarative way. Okay, sometimes it is good to handle the in a declarative way as well instead of using imperative way, but for examination purpose I always prefer imperative way for the time management. Okay, so vi we will write is as a demon set dot yml. Okay, so API version is equal to app dot vi. You can refer the Kubernetes documentation as well. Kind daemon set, and the metadata here I am using the name as per the question, ds test, and the namespace that I am going to use is project test namespace. Okay, labels. Okay, label ID as per the question we have to use ds test again, and the UUID second label you can say UUID. Let me copy it. So this is the UUID I have to use. Now the specification part. Here we have to use the selector. Match labels, and here also I have to use the same ID, ds test UUID I copied it. Okay, now we have to use the template. Under the template we have to give the specifications for the pod. Okay, so template have also the metadata. Under the metadata we have to provide the labels, and the same label we have to give again ds test. UUID is same. Okay, here specs for the containers, okay, and the name that we are providing here, HTTPD container. Okay, and image as per the question, HTTPD 2.4 and Alpine. Now we have to mention the resources. These all things you don't need to memorize, you can refer the documentations. Okay, requests, we have to provide the first the CPU. It's a 12 millicore. Okay, and then the memory. Okay, fine. MI. Now regarding the tolerations, because one of the node have the toleration, so we are going to use the operator here. So operator as exist, this will ensure the pods can run on all of the nodes, including the tented one. So we don't need to provide the key and value, all these things. So for the tolerations, the same level as the here you can define the operator again. Okay, now save it. Now I am going to apply this daemon set. So you can see that it's applied, kubectl get pod. So you can find that there is no pod because we are looking into the default namespace. So you have to mention the namespace by using the n. And what is the namespace? Project test. Here you will find 2 pods running. So this is the daemon sets. Output of void. So you can find either the tent is applied or not. If the tolerations have the operator as exist, so it will apply to that node as well. Okay, so in this way we are able to deploy the daemon sets in both the nodes as per the question, and whenever you deploy the daemon set, it will go to the all the nodes automatically. But if there is a tent applied, then you have to apply the toleration so that the pod get deployed in each of the nodes. So if you don't know which type of pod we deploy as a daemon set, you can consider it as some antivirus types of things, some monitoring kind of things. some log transfer kinds of things in which you can just transfer your log informations to the S3 bucket time to time. So these types of pod is very useful as a demonstrates or antivirus types of things. Some antivirus stuff you need to install in each of the nodes. So hope you like this video. If you didn't subscribe my channel, just please do subscribe it. It always motivate me to bring new videos on the Kubernetes, Terraform, or whatever topics you required. Thank you. Have a nice day. Hello and welcome to the CKA challenge question 42. This question have the weightage of 5%. My name is Alok Kumar and today we are going to discuss on the new CKA challenge question number 42. Okay, so this question tells about we have a file that is placed at the root location and we need to deploy this file to create a pod into the cluster using that file and fix if any problem in the file provided. It means that it is not so simple, means we are going to face some problem that we need to troubleshoot after looking into the file. You are not allowed to remove any specification mentioned in the provided file. So there may be lots of specifications related things is mentioned in the manifest file. We do not need to change any of the data. Okay, if they say that the container name should be this, we are not allowed to change the name, not the image. We only see that where the problem exists in the manifest file, and this we can test it by applying that manifest file in the first attempt. When it's failed, then Kubernetes provide us some useful information. On the behalf of that useful information, we will troubleshoot the problem. In case we are not aware about any things, then we can handle it through the Kubernetes documentation as well. And this is allowed in the examinations. You can open a new tab to refer for any help related to, because we do not need or it's not required to remember all the syntax. Okay, if you are working in a real scenario, you can say you are working for the organization. At that time also you are not allowed to, and this is also not good to memorize all the things. You just open the documentation and then troubleshoot the problem and fix it accordingly. Okay, so we are jumping to the lab session now to demonstrate this problem. So for this lab, I am using the EKS cluster. We have two node cluster. Both of have the instance type of T2 small and T2 micro. The smaller instance, I am using it as a client. Okay, which have the appropriate roles to connect with the cluster, and I am connected with using the same client to the EKS cluster. Okay, so as per the question, it's saying that we have to utilize the pod.yaml file. So let me check currently what is my current directory. Okay, so I am inside the root folder. As per the question, it should have pod.yaml file placed inside it. Okay, so let me ls. So we have the pod.yaml file. Okay, so this is the two node cluster and I have to use the pod.yaml file to deploy into this environment. Okay, and then we will look into the problem. If there is any problem, then we have to fix it accordingly. kubectl apply -f pod.yaml file. So you can see there is a error invalidating the file pod.yaml file. So there may be some syntax error because in this pod file, the specification file for the container, there is a use of liveliness probes and readiness probes. So if you are not familiar of this, then you should have the idea about this particular probes. So let me give you a brief on that. These are both are the Kubernetes, you can say a mechanism to monitor the health of the container in a pod. Okay, through this mechanism we can monitor the health of the container in a pod, because container resides in a pod. Okay, so through which we determine whether they should continue to receive a traffic or need to be started. Okay, so these types of props is very useful to define in a specifications while creating the pod. If you talk about the liveness props individually, it is useful when a container get stuck in a deadlock state. In that case, it is very useful to have a configuration related to the liveness. And for the readiness, it determines if a container is ready to accept any traffic or not. If a readiness props fails, means it's not providing the traffic or accepting the traffics. So in that case, Kubernetes will remove the pod from the list of endpoints. You know that the endpoint is associated with the service where endpoint have the several IPs to route the traffics. So it will remove the pod IP from the list of the endpoint for the associated services. Okay, so these are the brief intro for the liveliness props and readiness prop, but this video is about the CKA challenge question, so we are not going into much detail for the props concept. We are going to fix this problem and try to deploy it. Okay, so it looks like there is some problem with the readiness and liveliness props. So in that case, we always refer the Kubernetes documentations, and you should be very familiar with how to read the documentations, how to browse the documentations, how to go to that point. Okay, so let me, before going to the documentation part, now it's time to look into the manifest file, the pod.yaml, cat pod.yaml. So you can see this is very simple, looks like very simple. They have the container and they are using the Postgres DB database, and the name of the container is poddb, although the name of the pod is pod. And if you see here, it have the environment variable where all the configuration related with the DB. Okay, so what is the Postgres DB password and the port they are using. Okay, so liveness props using the TCP sockets and some commands, and readiness props executing some commands. So I am going to check for the readiness props in the documentation, or liveliness props, whatever it is. First I am going from the last, because I see some problem there and I am going to fix it. Okay, so this is the documentations, and you can see how these things are defined here, some exec and the command they are using. But if you see for the liveliness props, they are not using any command. There is a TCP socket. So for the readiness props, we are executing some commands. So we are looking for the same syntax here. It's all again the TCP sockets. We will look into it further. Okay, now we are looking for the readiness props. Okay, so you can see the readiness props exec and then command, but in my case it's using CMD, so we have to change this one. And also if you observe carefully, the spelling of the readiness probe is not correct. It should be READ. Okay, so here A is missing, so I need to correct both the part. For this I am going to vi pod vim editor, going into the insert mode and going into that point. First I am going to change the spelling READ. Okay, and then the command related things, COMMAND. Okay, now I am going to save this file, and now again I am going to apply it. So you can see now the changes is related with the liveliness. There is no comment regarding the readiness probes, because for the liveliness previously we have two, for the readiness also and liveliness also. So readiness looks fine. The syntax error what we have, we fixed it. Now I am going to readiness. So here we can see for the liveliness, readiness is now gone. Okay, Now I'm going to look into the same TCP sockets. Okay, you can find it here. So liveliness probes TCP sockets port. Okay, and if you go here and check in my syntax, liveliness TCP sockets command. So this command thing I don't required here, so I have to remove this line. And arg is also noted, we only require the port. Okay, so this is the port, and this need don't we required it. Okay, so let me remove that as well. Port. Okay, so here I am going to remove this one. So I will press DD 2 times, it will remove. Now going into the insert mode, and here I am using the command. Okay, and now I am going to save it. Again I am going to apply the file. So we have again some problems. So the port is missing. Okay, so we don't need to require the command, we require the port there. This is my mistake. Let me modify it. Here by mistake I put it, I need to go into this insert mode, and here I have to use the port. So you can see the documentation means the Kubernetes cluster is providing appropriate error, asking the port is missing. So you can see that the pod now gets created, qctl get pod. So it's currently in the creating state. Let me execute the command again, and it is currently running. So in this way you will troubleshoot the problem. Okay, so in this case I am referring all the time the Kubernetes documentation, so you don't need to memorize. And if you talk about in the real scenario, it is also not required, because all the informations we have in the documentations. Okay, and you can refer, examinations also allow you to refer the documentation, but the basic syntax is required. So if you are familiar with all these things, all the concept, then in that case you can refer the specifications file provided CKA exam. So you can refer, try to have a look on the specification file before applying it, if you are familiar with all that syntax. And you can modify accordingly as per your understanding, and then if you face any problem, then you can refer the documentation and fix it accordingly and then apply. Okay, and then you come back from the cluster, and then you can look into the other question and proceed accordingly. So hope you like this video. If you didn't subscribe my channel, please do subscribe it. It always motivates me. Have a nice day. Thank you. Hello and welcome to the CKA challenge question 43. My name is Alok Kumar, and today we are going to discuss a new question based on the CKA exam. Okay, this question have the weightage of 5%, because it having a little bit difficulty in just searching of the pod as per the question. So question says that we have to delete a pod, the pod with the highest priority but having the label usage is equal to not useful. So this question is related with the priority class associated with the pods to make it a high priority pod. Okay, so if you are not familiar with the priority class, you can refer my video on the priority class, the I button. You can check I button, there is a link available for that coming during this time. Okay, so the label have the usage is not useful. So before this pod is a priority pod, but after that the developer want it to be deleted at some point of time. So the label they assign it to as a users not useful. So based on the label we have to delete a pod. But this is the high priority pod. We have several pods running in the cluster with a different priorities. So there are different types of priority class available that is associated with the running pod. Out of that we have to identify which pod is the highest priority pod but have the label of not useful. So as per the question we have to delete a pod, a single pod. So a single pod have the highest priority with the label that is for the sure. So there are several ways to identify which pod have the highest priority and which have the labels, but we will see some lengthy way also that is not useful for the CKA exam, because as per the time management we have to see these things as well to have we have to solve the problem within a time. Okay, so we don't need to spend more time on the question. So we will see how quickly we can do it by searching for the priority pod, and after that we will identify that okay, this is the priority pod and this is the label, and we are going to delete that pod. So now jumping to the lab session for the demonstration. So for this demonstration we are using the EKS environment, the AWS Kubernetes cluster. We have two nodes, okay, of t2.small and EKS client that have the appropriate roles to connect with the cluster is of t2 micro. Okay, so we are connected. Let me check how many pods currently we have. So you can see that we have 7 pod currently running, and we know that we have to search for the priority pod. So we are going to look into how many priority class we have. PC, short code of priority class is PC. So you can see we have 6 priority class. Okay, so let me describe one pod. Okay, I am describing the first pod. Okay, you can see the priority class is here priority 1. Okay, and you can see here the priority 1 is the highest priority pod. So we are now concentrate on this priority class. Okay, we have to find this priority in all the available pods. So we will not go one by one, it will take time. Maybe in the exam you have 20 pods, so it's not a good way to search, means describe on the basis of pod 1, pod 2, pod 3 in the exams to look into the priority class. Okay, this is the priority class and here we have the label. So this pod don't have the label. Okay, so what is the best way? Either we are going to search one by one all the pods. It will very time consuming. Also we are not going to search with the priority flag only, or we can search with the priority with the value. This is also not a good way if you talk about saving the time in the exam. So what is the other way? How can we go to search for the flag or labels, you can say. So we have a command that will apply for the labels. We can use that only. Okay, so kubectl get pod and we have the label, and that is uses is equal to not useful. Okay, so now we have two pods, pod 4 and pod 7. So now we can apply our grep command for the priority. Okay, so what is that? Kubectl get pod, or we can describe it. So that will be we will verify if it required, but this is the best way to search for pod 4. So we are looking into pod 4 and pod 7 only. Okay, output of YAML, in the YAML format it will give us a result with the grep. So we are going to make it case insensitive, so it will not look for the case. Priority, and then we have to pass this number of 0. Okay, so it's around 70 after 1. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and then we have to, this is the priority priority class, and we have to go below till the name of the pod. So what we are going to do? We are going to see before 25 lines. Okay, so priority class goes down and the name of the pod goes up. Okay, so what we are going to do, we have to check before 25, means when this priority will come, we have to search for the 25 lines before. Okay, so we use this command and only one pod comes into the list. Okay, 4 and 5, and you can see the label is matched, it's a pod 7, and all the things are matching here because this is the priority class, and you can see the priority class is applied for that pod. So this is the only pod that we need to delete, and kubectl delete pod 7. Okay, so pod 7 is deleted. Kubectl get pod. So we have now 7th pod is deleted, which question asked me to do it. Okay, so if you like my video, you can subscribe, share it with your friends. If you have any comments, just put in your message in the comment box. I will try to reply. And if you didn't subscribe my channel, please do subscribe it. It always motivates me. Thank you. Thank you for watching this video. Have a nice day. CKA challenge exam. The question says that there are multiple deployments running in the finance namespace. So there is a namespace that created having multiple deployments which is running. Under the deployment, several pods are linked with the labels, so it runnings. Okay, you have to add a label env. This is the key. Okay, and the value is the finance productions to all the pods. So we have to add a label. Okay, there is an existing label because under the deployments, all the pods related to that deployments is grouped with the labels. We already know that. Okay, so we have to add a new label env is equal to finance productions to all the pod under this namespace, means finance namespace, using a single imperative commands. So there may be the case that we have the 2 deployments, 3 deployments under which there is several pods are running. Using the imperative command that is frequently used for the CKA exam. Okay, and the question is also asking to use the imperative commands, not the declarative one. So we have to use the imperative single line command to apply this label env is the key and the finance productions to all the pods in the finance namespace. Okay, so first thing, the question is asking, or you can say the testing our skills in the imperative Kubernetes commands. Okay, so using a single imperative commands, we have to do the adding of the labels. Okay, you always have to use -n and the finance namespace, otherwise it will target to the default namespaces. So this is the thing you have to do, and also you have to use all because it's asking you to use that label for all the pods which are running in that namespace. So you have to use -all, and also we have to use override. If there is an existing with the same type, then you have to override that one. Okay, so this is the thing you have to be very conscious about. And also regarding the labels, adding the labels, it's not asking you to apply the labels on the deployment, it asking you to apply the labels on the pods. Okay, so now we are jumping to the lab session to demonstrate how we can do it. Okay, let's check about the deployment. So first we are going to check the finance because as per the questions, all the things we have to do in the finance namespace, so that must exist. kubectl get ns. So you can see we have a finance namespace there. Okay, so we have the existings of the finance. Now we are going to check how many deployments it's have. kubectl get deployment. Okay, under the finance. This is most important things, because by default we have, if we execute this command without the namespace tag, then it will bring the deployments from the default namespace. So you can see we have two deployments, web finance which have 5 replicas, okay, and web 1 finance which have 3 replicas. Okay, so now we have to verify the pods also, because some of the pods may exist without the deployments. Okay, we have, it is possible that we can put a pod under the umbrella of the deployment and a standalone also. Okay, so kubectl get pod, again we have to apply the namespace. So okay, so 5 and 3, we have only 8 pods currently running under the 2 deployments, so that is fine. Okay, now I am going to check for the labels. Okay, so you can see that by default this is the deployment name, web finance. Okay, and this is the key. Okay, so this, through this label, the deployment understand that this is the pod which is the part of that deployment. Here you can see web 1 finance. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to use this one, env already exists with the staging. Okay, so we have to use finance productions here. Okay, so I am going to apply the labels, okay, whatever mentioned in the question for all the pods. So how we can do it using the imperative way, kubectl label. We are going to add label here for which resources, pods. Okay, and we have to apply it for all the pods under the finance. Okay, finance namespace, NANC. Okay, finance namespace. And what is the key we have to use? We have to use env is equal to finance okay, this we have to use. Okay, when we click on put enter here, you can see that it's creating the problem. Why? Because env key is already in place. Okay, this is not the first time we are labeling it, it's already labeled with the staging, so we have to override this. Okay, so we have to put a flag here, override. Okay, it means that we are passing the flag as true. So you can see that all the pods, all the 8 pod for the 2 deployments is labeled now. So now I am going to see the show label for all the pods. So here you can find that environment is equal to finance production. The staging is gone because I overrided this tag. Okay, this is the key and the value. So for key I use the override here. We are now going to use the finance production as per mentioned in the questions. So this complete this lab session for the question. But the main thing is that if I apply the label for the app, then what will happen? So all these pods will go as a standalone, and again the 8 pod which is the part of the 2 deployment will come into the picture, because the deployments is managing as per the replica set defined. So it will looks like there is no pods available in the 2 deployments, so it will create another set of 8 pods. If we if we just update this label, this one and this one, let me show you, but this is not the part of the question, for your understanding. Okay, because on this basis of this label, the deployment is working with the replica sets, handling as a parent and child relationship. So if we update this one, then all the pods will be a standalone. Let me show you. Okay, so now I am using the existing one. Okay, so okay, that is not in the, I think so, level. Okay, here it is. So I am using, what I am doing, I am using again the labeling things, but this is not the part of question. Again I am repeating, I am just using this command to show the behavior. Okay, so what I am doing, app. Okay, so I am using override here. Okay, because I am using override to update the label, existing label. Okay, so now what I am doing, app is equal to finance production. I can use any of the label, but the primary labels I am trying to update. Okay, override. Okay, so you can see it overrides. Now if I use the command kubectl get pods, okay, under the finance namespace, so labels. Okay, so now you can see that there is 16. Previously we have 18, and now those which updated with this information, app is equal to finance, is now a standalone pod. It's not a part of the deployment, and the new pod again gets created. Okay, so if you see the deployment, get deployment, so it have only 2 deployments, and that have the 3 and 5 pods currently running, and we have now 16 pods. 8 of them now are standalone, and 8 of them now the part of 2 deployment. Finance. So you can see currently it's all are having the 5 and the 3, total 8 pods. And when we run the pod to show the label in the finance namespace, we have 16, and you can see it's all are getting created recently, and these one are the existing which I updated the labels, the main one. Okay, so hope you like my video. If you like my effort, please do subscribe to my channel. It always motivate me, and share this video links, share this channel links to your friends, so that they can also get benefited. Thank you for watching this video. Have a nice day.